Happy Hour Friday starts now. It is the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Yes, it's a Happy Hour Friday. We're getting ready for the Friday show with you out there. Flyers trade deadline in 1 hour from now. They've already made 2 trades. We'll get you up to date on that coming up at 3:30 today. Kein Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com, Flyers Insider, will join us. Scott Laughton has been traded, and he is heading to Toronto. We'll get you the details on that, get you Kevin's thoughts as well. The other name to keep an eye on is Ristolainen. We'll kind of have that all set up for you at 3:30 today once the deadline is passed. But Scott Laughton has been traded as we start this happy hour. I've always loved deadline days in all the sports. You can see everybody kind of flying all over the place. Laughton, by the way, they got what they were asking for. A conditional first-round pick is what they wanted. A first-round pick for Laughton. They get the first-round pick for Laughton. So that is, kudos to Danny Briere. He kind of held out and held out and held out. And now he gets that extra first-round pick. And, we'll break it all down because I know Durso's working on some stories for 97.3 ESPN.com. Flyers play Saturday and Sunday. Andrei Kuzmenko also got traded. Now, Kuzmenko's interesting because he just got here. They traded for him recently, and then, of course, he gets shipped out. So 2 trades, deadline at 3. We'll have it all for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Flyers tomorrow and on Sunday on 97.3 ESPN. So if anything else happens, there have been some reports, too, that in addition to Ristolainen, who apparently is not getting a lot of attention on the market, they're not getting a lot of calls for him. They're asking for a lot. They got what they wanted for Laughton. They wanted a first-round pick. They got the first-round pick. But for Ristolainen, they're also kind of holding out for that big pick. And, his contract's a little bit more, lofty. So teams are kind of backing off of that. But there are some other Flyers who could be dealt between now and 57 minutes from now. So when that happens, we'll have it for you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies are in action today. Christopher Sanchez is wheeling and dealing down there. And, Sanchez, right now, he might be the guy I'm most excited about this season. If I'm saying which Phillies player are you anticipating the most this season to have kind of a big year, listen to this day for Christopher Sanchez. 3 innings, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. Christopher Sanchez, can you imagine? Now, listen. The Phillies don't have a pitching problem. Sanchez isn't a problem. He was very good last year. He might be better this year. I think he's going to take a step forward this year to have an even bigger year, but I don't even know what that means. That's one of the questions that I have for you guys today. If the Phillies pitching is better than it was last year, what does that mean for this team's big picture? Like, the year that they had the 2011 team, in which I said I think this year's staff is going to be better than the 2011 staff. Does that matter to you guys? Like, obviously you say, well, it only matters if they win the World Series. But my point is, does it matter in that if their pitching is better this year than it was last year, what does that mean for this team? Because I think their pitching this year is going to be significantly better than last year because, you got Wheeler. I think he's going to be awesome still. I think he's still very good. I think you got Nola, who's still, a great number 2, number 3, really good number 2, elite number 3. I think Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo, one of those 2 guys is going to be that number 2 starter in your rotation. Like, that's how good those 2 guys could be this year. And what if Ranger Suarez has a bounce back, and pitches like he did the first half of the season last year? How good could this pitching staff be? But I guess my question really is, what does that even matter? I know that sounds ridiculous. But, okay, they win 110 games because they're pitching so good. Is that enough? And I don't know that that's enough under the current roster configuration. Now, I can tell you, in my heart of hearts, they're not a finished product, right? They're not a finished product. The Phillies are going to make moves. They're going to evaluate their roster throughout the first half of this season and then figure out what they have to do at the deadline. You know, everybody who kind of, they didn't do this in the offseason. They didn't do that in the offseason. They need to trade this guy. They need to do that. They know that this team, as constructed, will keep them in contention. They will evaluate what they have in-house, and then around the deadline, I think they'll decide, all right, we've given this group an extra, you got April, May, June, and then the trade deadline in July. You got 4 months to kind of find us your place in this lineup, find us your place in this rotation, find us your place in the back end of the bullpen before we start making decisions, right? It's like you got put on the PIP list here. And you are right now being evaluated, and they're saying, look, we're giving you the opportunity to prove to us that we don't have to shake things up. Because we like this team. You went to a World Series. We like this team. You went to the championship series. We like this team. You got knocked out in the division series, but we still like this team. We're giving you 4 months, though, to figure it all out before we start doing things. They upgraded the pitching, fine. We go out and get Luzardo. That should help us not have the problem that you had last year with Taijuan Walker, that every time him or Tyler Phillips or whatever other guy got trotted out to the mound on that fifth day, that you basically had no shot to win. You have that situation now where that shouldn't be a problem. Every fifth day, you will have a guy that gives you a legitimate shot to win. But is that enough? Is that enough? If this pitching staff is the best pitching staff in baseball, is that enough? 609-403-0973. I think we all acknowledge, everybody listening today, everybody watching today, we all acknowledge that this lineup is probably still short a guy. But I'd rather they evaluate what they have now, because I don't think there was anything in the offseason that was worth going after. There was nothing there was no free agent that you were like, why? Why didn't you go that route? Why didn't you spend ridiculous money on a guy that wasn't really going to change the complexion of this? But what you have to make sure is now, because you didn't do that in the offseason, that you are in position to do it at midseason. And I think when you look at it, that's what the Phillies are really setting up for. Now, this is where I think the Phillies also wanted to say, hey, let's see if Alec Boehm takes another step forward. Let's see if Bryson Stott. Now, they had the information that we didn't have. We're watching Bryson Stott last year, and we're saying, what happened to this guy? He took a step backwards. Well, at the end of the year, we come to find out that he didn't really take a step backwards. It was he was hurt for most of the year, the second half of the year. Because Bryson Stott, quite frankly, last year was a complete disappointment. And I know everybody loves Stott. He's the guy that everybody loves. This is the year that Bryson Stott has to take that step before we start to wonder, is this all Bryson Stott is? Because if this is all Bryson Stott is, that's not good enough. It's not good enough if you want to, hand the ball over to some 27 years old now for Bryson Stott. It's time. It's time to show us that, hey, you're more than what he's been. And what he's been, 256. These are Bryson Stott's 3-year averages. A 256 hitter, a 315 on-base percentage. Those numbers are simply not what you were hoping for. There were people talking about him, that he could be a batting champion kind of guy. Some people, still keep championing him to be a top-of-the-order guy. Listen, top of the order, His batting average is 250, and that's because one year he hit 280. He's got to show me he can get to that 280 guy. And by the way, the year he hit 280, his on-base percentage, that's not top of the order guy. 329 on base, not good enough. They need Bohm and Stott to take jumps forward. Now, Bohm, you might be out of patience with. You might be at the end of the line. You might be saying, look, this is what Alec Bohm is. That's all he's going to be. And you might be right about that. Right? I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong. He's 28 years old, much like where Stott is. Stott is at that age where it's either this is who you are or it's time. Bohm has yet to kind of turn the corner from a productive player to now that next level player. He's a good player. Alec Bohm's a solid guy. Listen, you got a guy hit 280, 332 on base. He's okay. Listen, what Bohm was last year, 280, 332 on base, 15 homers. He had 97 RBI. It's essentially the same player that Stott was the year before, right? Stott hit 280 with a 329 on base. Bohm hit 280 last year with a 332 on base. I mean, they were literally like the same players except for the 97 RBIs that Bohm had because he's in a much bigger RBI situation. But Bohm had 15 homers. Stott had 15 homers in 2023. His 2023 season, Bryson Stott, was essentially Alec Bohm's season last year. So if you like Bryson Stott, you can't sit here and tell me you think he's going to be this, and that's why I think Bryson Stott has to have a big jump. He's got to have a big jump this year. Because otherwise, you're looking at a guy who's essentially another Alec Bohm. And if you don't like Alec Bohm, you can't sit here and tell me you like Stott. And listen, I like Bohm, but he's got to be better than what he was last year. The power numbers need to be better. I think the on-base percentage can creep up a little bit more for him. 332 it's okay. It could be better. But think about that. Bohm and Stott's 2023 and Bohm's season last year were almost identical years. Those two guys, though, now, two guys that had very similar seasons now have to also have similar years in terms of they need to progress. They need to get better. And that's one of the only things that I think the Phillies can count on to make you excited about this team in this lineup. If Bryson Stott and Alec Bohm can take that next step forward. Otherwise, I think you're seeing changes at the deadline because the pitching will be there. Their pitching will be good enough. Their pitching is outstanding. Their pitching might be the best in all of baseball. I mean, you watch Christopher Sanchez pitch today. He's throwing Frisbees out there. I mean, his stuff is just absolutely dirty right now. He is pitching outstanding for the Phillies. Now, I know it's spring training. Let's not get crazy. But he's looked really good. Velocities, but up in velocity. One of the things you love about Ranger Suarez when he's going well is the command that he has. He could throw his pitches any count, any time. Sanchez, one of the problems he had earlier in his career, he could not command. Well, now you're seeing a guy who has much better command, and he has velocity. Look, it's cool if you throw hard, right? I love it. You throw hard, great. But nobody cares how hard you throw ball four. And one of the problems that Christopher Sanchez has was he was not a guy that could command. And he wasn't a 98 kind of guy. But now you had a guy that not only did he not throw hard or really hard, he threw hard, he just didn't throw really hard, he also couldn't command. That's not the case now. This is a guy who's not walking guys, and that was a big problem for him. So I am excited about the Phillies pitching, no question. But we all keep asking that question. What about the offense? What about the offense? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Text board open throughout the show. You can get involved there. And, of course, we'll read them and react all throughout the day here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN on this Happy Hour Friday. So, Phillies are on the docket today. We talked about the Flyers at the deadline. Let's get to a Flyers text. Why don't we do that? We don't get too many Flyers texts all the time. Mike, if you talk Flyers, went to the Flyers game last night, and it was a great show, but they were dominated on the ice. The Jets are a top-tier team, and they showed stronger, faster, better line changes. Goalie stood on his head. They were a bit off, but the effort coming out in the third was so awful that we left. Didn't even care to try, and got a garbage goal against the Jets' 12th line. Great show, bad effort, not a Philly effort. Angry Shaner today in EHT. Well, listen, they beat this Jets team 2 weeks ago, and you were scratching your, and that was a day where Fedotov was in goal. Anytime he's in goal, you almost can immediately chalk up a loss for the Flyers. Last night, they were absolutely, you're right, because I turned it on early, and it was, you could tell that the Jets were not going to say, hey, we're going to let you, it was almost like the Jets kind of came in and overlooked you the last time. They jumped on you right from the start and then ambushed you in the second, and by that point, you're checked out. It's 4-0. But you saw the difference last night, you're right, in a Stanley Cup-level team and a team that's trying to figure out where they are in their, journey towards, remember, the Flyers haven't made the playoffs now going on a couple of years. 5 seasons now. So this is a team that's just trying to find their way back to the playoffs. And at the same time, they are trying to restock their, draft capital, which they started today a little bit. So, Shaner, good text. Appreciate that. We'll talk to Durso a little bit later on and get his take on the 2 trades that the Flyers have already made. We'll also do some Eagles stuff today, as a lot of big names are getting put on the market with teams trying to get their books in order before Monday's league year, which is about to start the free agent period. You're getting all sorts of teams scrambling to get to the cap number. So you're seeing some big names with big contracts saying, listen, I just can't afford you anymore. We're going to have to let you go. We're going to get into that coming up in just a little bit as well.
To just shade on EHT's point, I think the thing we have to mention with the Flyers is that, yes, on Saturday night with Fedotov, they beat arguably the best goaltender on planet Earth in Hellebuyck in a shootout. So you're kind of like, all right, well, you have a little hope coming into the game last night. And the Jets basically made great adjustments. They attacked the Flyers' horrible rotations on defense, and I hear where he's coming from, because it felt like in the third period they were deflated. But we should also remind people, as you said, Mike, this was always going to be a transition year. This was always going to be a rebuilding year. And you are learning as the year goes on who will and who will not be here next year. And that's part of the process for a sports team in any capacity.
It's funny that you say that. The Flyers haven't been in the playoffs in 5 years. And we're saying that. Nobody seems to have a problem that, hey, they got a plan. They're doing something. They haven't been in the playoffs in 5 years. No, I get it. They got new management. They got a new president. Yeah. They got a new GM. You're kind of cleaning up the mess here a little bit. Yes. You wonder, are they close to turning that page?
I think they are, because I think that aside from the third period last night, most of these games, the Flyers are giving effort. They are trying. They are fighting. They are putting forth a good effort, and it's not like they've quit on Tortorella. And you look at the guys who they have kept so far. They've traded guys who are not going to be part of this team's future. The guys they have kept, your Forresters, your Noah Cates, your Sanheims, these guys are going to be a part of the retool, the rebuild, because you're going to have to do it eventually, because the clock, as Kein Durso has pointed out, starts now, Mike. This is Mishkov's rookie year. Starting next year, you guys are building toward a contender if you have any hope of keeping that guy happy.
Flyers also sent Andrei Kuzmenko and a 7th-round pick to the Kings.
I was a little surprised by that.
They get a 3rd-round pick. No, I mean, Durso's been on the show saying that he expected Kuzmenko to get traded.
I'm surprised. Good for Durso. He predicted it. But I was still surprised because Kuzmenko was a guy who had a previous relationship with Mishkov, and you kind of were wondering, is he going to be maybe a guy who helps Mishkov get through the rest of the year? But apparently for the Flyers, that was not a concern anymore. And they
No, I mean, listen, Durso certainly knows more about this. He's up there every night, and he was on Wednesday's show. He mentioned Kuzmenko. Even when they traded for Kuzmenko, the day they did about a month ago, he said there could be a trade coming for him pretty quickly.
Because Kuzmenko is part of the return they got for Farabee and Frost.
They got a third-round pick in return. So now they got a first-round pick. Now, I know in hockey, a lot of people, it's like, what are these picks, because you don't follow the hockey draft nearly as much, but They got a first-round pick. They now have a third-round pick, and the Flyers got Kuzmenko. He was in the deal for Farabee and Frost back on January the 30th.
That's
so
what I was saying.
They moved him, they got him about a month ago and then flipped him right back out. So, listen, on the surface, they're doing what they have to do. So, if you are somebody, if you're a Flyers fan, and you're cool with bagging the season and missing the playoffs for the fifth straight
year.
This would be the fifth?
The last time they were in the postseason was 2020.
All right. So if you're cool with them missing the playoffs for the fifth straight season, then this is the day for you. If you're someone that was hoping they can bridge this 5-point gap between them and Ottawa, not a good day for you, because Scott Lawton, obviously one of their best offensive players, he is now no longer here, and we'll see what happens with Ristolainen coming up. You got about 38 minutes left to go between now and the trade deadline to see if they can make something happen there. Kein Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com, will join us coming up in a little over an hour. Mike, I think the Phillies need a right-handed cleanup hitter behind Harper. That's the one thing they need. That's on the text board. We all agree on that. Good text, 609-403-0973. Mike, the pitching doesn't negate the fact that the Phillies need another outfielder. I don't know that they need another outfielder. Yes, they need a bet. I think we all agree they needed a right-handed bat. Max Kepler, they went and got an outfielder. So you're just saying you don't like the outfielder they got. The fact that they need another outfielder is saying that you don't believe in the player that they added, because they would say, well, we got an outfielder. I agree. I don't think that Max Kepler was the answer, which now means they need another outfielder. Dave Dombrowski said the other day that they really felt that Austin Hayes was going to be that right-handed bat, and he got hurt. He had the kidney infection, and it didn't work out. Okay, then why didn't you bring him back? If you really thought Austin Hayes was the right answer, he's healthy now. Why didn't you bring him back? He's a right-handed bat. You had him here. You liked him. So what was the reason that you didn't give Hayes a shot? Right now, Austin Hayes is in Cincinnati, hitting .313 with 2 homers, 7 RBI, a .350 on-base percentage. He's having a great spring for them. He's a guy who's 29 years old, right-handed bat. You said you liked him. You traded for him. You had a chance to bring him back. You brought in Max Kepler. You didn't like him that much. Your actions don't match up with what you said. 609-403-0973. Nick in EHT says the answer to the first question, the Phillies pitching staff is better than last year significantly. There's no excuse not to make it to the World Series. Now my question for you is, what position are you most confident in going into the season, and which position are you least confident in? Well, I'll answer that question on the other side, Nick, but why? Let me ask you this question, Nick. I'm going to ping-pong it right back to you, or maybe pickleball it back to you. Never played pickleball before. But, Nick, I'm pickleballing this back to you. Why do you think if the pitching staff is better, there's no excuse not to make it to the World Series? Are you saying that their pitching staff was the reason why they lost that series to the Mets? No, I get it if you're saying the bullpen. The bullpen's different. I'm talking about the pitching staff. All right, that's where we start today. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us right here. Happy Hour Friday. What are you having this weekend? Give me a good suggestion. I got suggestions for you. I tried something new last week. I'll give you that insight as well. What are we having this weekend? Give me something good for the weekend. Happy Hour Friday. Trade deadline in 40 minutes. 35 minutes now, sorry. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, next on the Sports Bash. 2:31, happy hour Friday. Sports Bash, Mike Gill with you. Couple trades for the Flyers. We'll dive deeper into that with Kein Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com a little bit later. A lot of text messages as Mike McGarry set to join us for a look at the weekend, all the stuff happening. Phillies down in Clearwater. Christopher Sanchez dealing today. I want to start with the Phils for Mike today as the Phillies. You know, Mike, I said if the Phillies pitching is better or even significantly better than last year, does that mean anything to you? Does it matter? I mean, was that the reason that they lost against the Mets?
You know what it means to me? Well, I don't think it's the reason they lost to the Mets, but if their pitching is significantly better than it was last year, it says they're going to win 100 games this year, because last year, for the last 2 months of the season, they did not have a quality fifth starter. Might have cost them 6 or 7 or 8 of wins. You know, we remember those games, and they won 95 games last year. So if their starting pitching is significantly better, and you said it, Sanchez looks good, although Luzardo gave up 3 straight home runs in a game earlier this week. He's an upgrade, I believe. It says to me 100 wins.
What does 100 wins mean? Isn't it sad to ask that question? If this is a 100-win team and their pitching's really good, when you get to the playoffs, you can have really good pitching in the playoffs, as we saw. If your offense is what it was last year, this team still has the same problem. So is there any reason, as we're watching this pitching and starting to get excited about it, to say, hey, I know the pitching's going to be really good. We might win 100 games, but is that fair?
Yeah. You make the point, what does 100 wins get you? And my first instinct to answer was it might not even get you a division title with the Mets and the Braves in this division. You know, remember 2 years ago, the Mets won 100 games and lost out on the division to the Braves. So it might put you in the wild card series. That's how good I think this division can be. And right, when you come down to the postseason, I don't want to say that it's a crapshoot, Mike, but you're going to be facing a lot of good teams. The Dodgers are probably going to be there. The Mets or the Braves are going to be there. A team from the Central is going to be there. The Cubs, I got a little bit of a feeling about the Cubs this year. Craig Counsell's second year as manager. So it's all going to come down to, are they hot in October? And, in 2022, they stayed hot up until, game 5 or 6 of the World Series. In 2023, they went out in the championship series. And last year, they were not hot in the division series. Interesting. It's almost a crapshoot when you get there, whether or not guys are going to be hitting well at the time. And I don't know if there's any way around that,
No, the one way around it would be to get the younger guys a Stott and a Bohm. Now, I looked at some numbers that I thought were interesting, Mike. Bryson Stott in 2023, everybody's like, man, he had this really good, solid year. And he did. 280, 329 on base. He had 15 home runs. You know who had almost identical numbers last year was Alec Bohm. Hit 280 with a 332 on base and 15 home runs. I mean, they were almost the same player. Those are the two guys that need to take the step forward. But are these who those two guys are at their best? Are they 280, 330 on base, 15 home run guys? Are we waiting for something that's just never going to happen?
Well, I think you saw a pretty complete picture last year of what Alec Bohm is going to be, although I do think he can add maybe 5 to 6 more home runs over the course of a season to what he did last year. But Bohm, he knocked in 97 runs. He was the all-star third baseman. I think he can improve off that, but asking him to make a big leap, I think, we're kind of maybe asking a bit too much there. But when I look at Bryson Stott, Mike, I see a guy who, to me, had the most – everybody talks about Trey Turner, this and that. To me, the most disappointing regular Phillies player last year was Bryson Stott. I kind of expected him to make a big jump. He looks like a guy who should be able to hit 280, have, a 350, 360, 370 on-base percentage. And with that swing and the kind of dimensions of Citizens Bank Park, he looks like a guy to me that should hit between 20 and 25 home runs. That's what I envisioned for him when he first came up in 2022, and he took a big step backwards last year. Now, was it because of the elbow? Did the elbow hurt him, and then he lost confidence because of the elbow and didn't have a great year? But I think Bryson Stott is a guy who's, it's time to ask questions. Are we going to get the Bryson Stott of last year, or this year are we going to get the Bryson Stott that we all envision and think he should and could be?
Talking with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, Dave Dombrowski said the other day, that they made the trade for Austin Hayes, and they really liked him, and they really thought that guy was going to be the guy. And then he got hurt, and it just didn't work out. My question is, all right, if you liked him, you traded for him, why didn't you bring him back? Why pay $10 million for Kepler and go with a left-handed bat? Why not bring back Hayes if you liked him so much?
Well, I think the answer to that is Hayes is not the guy that they thought they were getting. Remember, he had struggled in Baltimore before coming here to Philadelphia, and he had not put up good numbers, and Baltimore had drastically reduced his playing time. Now, in fairness to him, he did have that sort of mysterious kidney thing here, but in watching him play last year, Mike, he hit a lot of balls right to the wall. He seemed to have lost some power. Now, was that the injury? Was that or just time and he's on the decline? But I think they were not getting the player that they did not get the player that they thought they were getting, and that decline was really over the course of the year. So I can see them moving on and not trusting him to sort of bounce back to anything, because there were troubling signs, all year, and especially in Baltimore before he arrived in Philadelphia. So I think they made a good move by moving on from him.
Well, so far, Austin Hayes having a pretty good spring with the Cincinnati Reds, has a couple of home runs. He's hitting 313 with a 353 on base percentage, 2 homers, 7 ribbies for the Reds. And now listen, it's spring training, I get it, but
Nobody ever won the MVP in March.
Well, I get that. Go. And I didn't love the Hayes deal, but I'm just saying, Dombrowski, here we are now in March, and he's continuing to say, well, we really liked him. We thought he was going to be the guy, but he got hurt. Okay, well, if you thought he was going to be the guy and he got hurt, why didn't you give him a chance when he was healthy? That was
right.
That was perplexing part to me was, okay, fine, he was hurt. We made him so you're essentially saying we made a trade that we really liked, and then he got hurt, and then we thought we made a mistake. Well, then why would you come back and say we really like that guy, but he got hurt? You didn't give him a chance to show that the reason the trade didn't work out was because he got injured.
Right. I can see that point, but my point, and I think maybe Dombrowski's kind of I don't want to say not hurt the player's feelings, or, he doesn't want to come out and say it was a bad move or something like that, or denigrate Hayes' ability. But to me, and again, I agree with you 100%. Dombrowski was kind of effusive in his praise of Austin Hayes. We've liked this guy for a while. We think he can play every day. We think he can play against righties and lefties. We think he's a guy, they gave up a good bullpen guy for him. We think he's a guy who can be here. Beyond that, it just didn't work out. And to me, it's not only the injury, it's the 3 months of how he played in Baltimore. And you always got to ask yourself a question, right? If he was so good, why were the Baltimore Orioles basically, platooning him and decreasing his playing time? And why did they eventually give up on him? So I think you got to ask yourself that question. So I think it's the whole year. I think they took a chance on Austin Hayes, and it didn't work out.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. I agree with you there. Max Kepler, do we think this is going to work out? I know no one won an MVP in March, but people all of a sudden, I'm looking at the social media timelines and saying, feels like people are starting to get a little excited about Max Kepler. He's gone yard again. I've seen people comparing, looking at that swing he has, a short little, left-handed swing. People start to get excited. I think he homered today or yesterday. So is Max Kepler a guy that maybe we didn't give enough credit for when they moved him?
Yeah, Max Kepler, when healthy, is a good player, and he's especially a good player if he's hitting 7th or 8th in your batting order, which I would assume is where he's going to hit with the Phillies. If Max Kepler is hitting 3rd or 4th in your batting order, Mike, you're probably not too excited to come to the park every day and see Max Kepler step to the plate as your cleanup hitter. But if he's batting 7th or 8th, you're like, this lineup's pretty long and this lineup's pretty good. Kepler, I think Dombrowski has put himself in a position here to have a really good offseason with the guys he picked up, Luzardo, Romano, and Kepler. He's taken a chance on all three because of their health histories, But if they stay healthy, I think all three guys are quality players and can make a big difference in this team. However, the question is, can they stay healthy, which all three have had problems doing during their career. So we could be sitting here in August or September saying, boy, Dave Dombrowski, he really hit it out of the park in the offseason. Or we could be sitting here in August and September, Mike, and saying, what was Dombrowski thinking, taking a chance on three guys who have such an injury history? How could he not realize they were going to get hurt again?
Well,
but if Kepler stays healthy, big addition. But if he doesn't, they're going to be in some trouble in the left field spot. They're going to have the same problem in left field this year that they had last year.
Yeah, and I think, look, you went to the World Series. That kind of came out of nowhere. We want to give you another shot. Then they get to the championship. They lose again. We like you guys. We want to keep you together. Then they lose last year. I think you got 4 months now until Dombrowski. That deadline, Dombrowski will give this team 4 months to say either I keep you together or now it's time for me to do something.
Yeah, Mike, it's going to be interesting, fascinating to watch the way this season starts because I honestly sense it out there talking to a lot of Phillies fans. You just, in your question, you kind of framed it, the going backwards every year. I have a sense that the love affair is kind of over. The courtship is over. Right now we're in the daily grind of sort of married life with this team. And if the Phillies do not get off to a good start this season, if they are under 500 in April or under 500 in May, it'll be interesting to see how the fans react. I don't think they're going to be as understanding as they've been the past couple of years. So, like I said, the courtship is over. We're in the daily grind of married life here with the Phillies. And I would suggest the Phillies get off to a good start this year if they want to keep peace in the household, so to speak.
All right. Now, Rob Thompson did admit that if Trey Turner, now he didn't say Trey Turner will lead off, but he said if Turner does lead off, Bryce Harper will hit 2. Is that a fait accompli that the lineup will be Turner, Harper, 1-2?
Yeah, I would think so because Rob Thompson has always favored breaking up the righties and the lefties. So if you put Harper 2, you can come back with Bohm 3, and then you can put Schwarber 4. You go righty-lefty there. You don't hit Schwarber any lower than 4, so you're maximizing his power and at-bats there. The one thing that'll be interesting to see, Mike, I think if Trey Turner's going to play leadoff, he's got to be the Trey Turner that we thought we were getting a couple of years ago. He's got to be the guy who steals 40, 50 bases, makes things happen on the bases with his legs. Is he going to be able to be that guy with Bryce Harper hitting behind him? Does he want to maybe not run so much? Is Harper a guy who doesn't like guys running? Does he want to stay on first base to keep that hole open for Harper to pull a ball through into right field? It's going to be really fascinating to see how that works out. But to me, if Trey Turner's leading off, he's got to be that sort of dynamic leadoff guy that we all kind of envisioned him being when he signed here for $300 million 2 years ago.
Mike, I'll leave you with this. Dombrowski also admitted that, that they were devastated by the playoff loss to Arizona. And you wonder if that's something that they can get past. I mean, they get back to the playoffs last year, and they go out, with a whimper. And you're wondering if this group of guys just cannot get past how close they were and how disappointing that was to Arizona 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that when you look back on it, Mike, will we be saying that was the year, up 3-2, home for game 6, home for game 7, and blowing both those games at home? Was that the beginning of the end? Was that their best opportunity? Much like now we kind of look back at the Sixers, right, in 2019 and the series in Toronto and the Kawhi Leonard shot, and we say to ourselves, boy, that was the Sixers' one opportunity. That we thought the Sixers were just beginning to climb the mountain at that point. In reality, they were at the summit of their mountain right there. Will we be saying the same thing about the Philadelphia Phillies, at the end of this season or next year when we look back? Will we say that, boy, they should have got it done against the Astros in 2022 and they wasted a prime opportunity against the Diamondbacks, losing game 6 and 7 at home in 2023? I don't know if there's a hangover effect, but, it's just kind of the way it works out. Could that have been the Phillies' best chance to win a World Series? that year, and might they have blown it? Time will tell, I guess.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofAC.com. As we are getting to the end of the winter season, Mike, what is still happening in your world?
Yeah, a lot of great stuff out there. First of all, the wrestling championships finishing up at Boardwalk Hall today and tomorrow. Always a great event for Atlantic City. Brings a ton of people to Atlantic City and really highlights the city. We've got 4 basketball teams left. Tonight I'll be over at Ocean City. Ocean City boys playing for the South Jersey title against Timber Creek. We've got the Wildwood girls playing for a South Jersey title tonight also. And then tomorrow, the Middle Township boys and girls. Middle Township girls at home against Haddon Heights for the South Jersey Group 2 title at 6 p.m. And the Middle boys traveling to Camden for the boys South Jersey Group 2 title at 5 p.m. So 4 teams left locally here: Middle Township boys and girls, Wildwood girls, and Ocean City boys, as we're at the point of the season now where, games, you win it this time of year, Mike, you get a trophy at the end of the game, which is always nice.
Yes, I know you were on the move. You were on the move in one game the other night. You went from one gym to the other.
Yeah, it's always great when you can get on Monday over there, Atlantic City Eastern, and then went over to Bishop Eustace watching St. Joe to beat Bishop Eustace. That's great about this time of year is you can take in 2-3 games, different times, get different places, because the atmospheres are really great. These games are just fantastic to watch. These high school kids play so hard. The momentum changes. It's topsy-turvy. The Ocean City boys rallying from, a 13-point deficit in the fourth quarter to beat Absegami in the semifinals yesterday. And I think, tickets to these games cost $3. You're not going to get a better value, a better sporting value, or a better entertainment value than spending $3 to go to one of these games. And plus, you're going to see the kid that lives down the street from you maybe win a championship. And what's better than that?
All right. Follow Mike for all the weekend stuff at AC Press McGarry. And, of course, we'll be back on Monday to look back at the weekend that was here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, everybody have a good weekend out there, and we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. When we come back, we're 12 minutes away from the NHL trade deadline. 2:53 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you. Hey, I want to tell you about my guys over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant. You know, the weekend is here. How about the family night out? Great dinner, great spot. Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40 EHT, right in front of Boscov's. You know, they're ranked the number 2 best restaurant in the entire state of New Jersey. What I like about it is you go out with a bunch of people, right? Go out with a couple couples, go out with the family, 8 to 10 people. You never been there before. I hear so many people say, hey, I've never been there before. What do I get? I say, get it all, man. Try it all out. Get the whole shebang. Order a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then find out what you like the best. Hey, you know, they welcome bookings, corporate food catering services for your corporate event, your private party. You can book a table for you and your wife or your family, or they even have an opportunity for you to book the entire restaurant to host a private party. They're the best when it comes to this area. They're the number 2 best restaurant in the entire state. It is the Nizams.com. Check out for the menu. Open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. They also have the lunch buffet. Check that out as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, you know, the MAC Basketball Championships start next week at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. But there is a change to the MAC. I'll give you the information on that and why next year could be the last chance if we don't do something about it. That's coming up on the Sports Bash. And the Flyers at the deadline. They have made 2 trades. They have 6 minutes left to make more. We'll get you up to date there. Plus, our Flyers insider, Kein Durso, is working on all the stories right now on the Flyers at the deadline for 97.3 ESPN.com. Check it out. All right, 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. It's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Deadline is come and gone. Flyers make a couple of trades. Scott Lawton is heading to Toronto, and they get a first-round pick back for Scott Lawton. I mean, that is the move that they really were waiting on, and they get what they wanted. They got it. Now it's a conditional first-round pick. I don't know if the conditions have been announced yet, but that is essentially what they were holding out for. They wanted a first-round pick. If you were listening to Durso on Wednesday on the Sports Bash, he said they're holding out for a first-round pick, and that's what they end up getting. Toronto ponies up the pick, and now the Flyers move on from Scott Lawton. You know, Lawton has been in the league 12 years. I mean, he has been around for a while, and I feel like his name has come up in trade talks almost every year in the last 5 seasons on this show. But they finally, Danny Briere gets the first-round pick that he's looking for. Ristolainen was the other guy that a lot of people were wondering, would he get traded? As of a minute ago, he has not gotten traded, and it looks like that is it. So 2 trades for the Phillies today. The other one is, what was the first trade? Why am I blanking on what happened? The first trade was what? What was Kuzmenko got traded. He got traded earlier today. I say earlier today. He got traded before Lawton did, but Lawton was really the bigger one because they got the first-round pick. And now in the trade for Andrei Kuzmenko, they end up getting a third-round pick there. So they end up more draft capital, right? They got more draft capital, which is what they essentially had been going for. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's frustrating because this team will not make the playoffs now for the 5th straight season. It's 5 years in a row with no playoffs for the Flyers. But I think, maybe I'm wrong, we feel like they're moving in the right direction.
They are, because they actually have a plan. And they've told you what the plan is. They've showed you what the plan is. And that's the dichotomy between them and the Sixers. Because the Sixers...
Well, the Sixers had a plan. They just didn't execute it very well.
Right.
I mean, to say they didn't have a plan is asinine.
Well, I just said they didn't have a plan.
You compared with the Flyers to the Sixers.
Well, yes, because what the Sixers did is their plan was basically banking on dominoes happening. And the Flyers' plan is... we're not planning on dominoes happening. We're going to go out there and see what works, what doesn't work, and what doesn't work, we're going to get rid of it, and what does work, we're going to keep it.
Well, I mean, part of the plan is much like the Sixers. They had players who were good players, not great players. We are willing to trade those guys away to get picks in return. Essentially what the Sixers did. We have good players. They're not good enough.
You're talking about the Sixers 10 years ago. I'm talking about the Sixers right now.
Well, I mean, this is a completely different situation. Now they are way past not being in the playoffs for 5 straight years. My point is the Flyers now are essentially saying we are the team that is willing to give you players that are good for us. They're just not good enough, and we'll take draft picks.
Right.
And you're saying, well, they have a plan. Well, their plan is essentially hoping that they hit in the draft. What a concept.
Well, yes, in the most literal. Now you're being literal.
Well, how else? Hold on a second.
Yes.
How else am I supposed to take what their plan is? They are now. Yes, they have a plan, which is everybody's plan that's bad should do. Is let's accumulate draft picks and move on from mediocre talent that is not good enough to get us a championship. That was essentially what every bad team should do. If you're a team that hasn't made the playoffs for 4 years in a row, at some point you have to evaluate your roster and say, we have a couple good players on this team. Lawton, he's a good player, but he's not a great player. We've got Couturier, a good player, but he's not the best player on the best team. Can you win with him? Sure, but we have to make decisions. Now, they haven't traded Couturier. I'm just saying, he's not a superstar level player. And this is exactly where the Sixers were 10 years ago when they said, we have Andre Iguodala. He's a good player, but we can't win a championship with him, so they trade him off. And then they started to do the same thing with all of their Scott Lawton level of players. They traded Evan Turner and Spencer Hawes and all of that level guy, and in return they got draft choices. Now, to say the Flyers have a plan, it's the same plan as everybody else who stinks. Give me draft choices, and now the plan becomes do you have the scouting department to land the right talent? So to say, well, they have a plan and someone else doesn't, no, that's not right. Because everybody wants to get draft picks for mediocre players. That's the whole point of the trade deadline. We have a mediocre player. We're not going to make the playoffs. You can have them. Well, what do you want in return? I don't want your mediocre player in return. I want a draft pick. Why? Because I want to get a younger player and hope that he turns into a good player.
But see, you asked the question about why do people feel like the Flyers might be going in the right direction. And it's not because of what you just outlined, though. Because what you outlined is what you just said, what everyone tended to do. It's the way they're going about it. Yes, everyone, in the most literal sense, trades moderate players for draft picks, tries to reload. It's how the Flyers are going about it.
Listen, I'm not knocking the Flyers, but I'm just saying what they're doing is not novel.
I didn't say it was novel, but you asked the question, and people can answer it for themselves at 609-403-0973 about why we feel like the Flyers are moving in the right direction.
Well, I guess my point is, if we think the Flyers are moving in the right direction, that's the thing that's interesting about this. People seemingly are on board and feel that they're moving in the right direction. They're doing something very similar to what the Sixers did a while back, and people did not like what the Sixers were doing.
Yeah, but you could have two people who do something similar, but the outcome be different because of how they go about it. And I think for the Flyers, it's how they're going about it that has created this interest.
Yeah, well, the Flyers did what the anti-processors would be okay with, which is be mediocre. Just stick in the middle, hang out in the middle for as long as you can. And that's essentially what they've done for the last 5 years. Has anybody been all that excited about the Flyers and what they've done the last 4 years?
Not until this year.
No, not until this year. And the only reason, similar to the Sixers, you got excited is because they landed a player like Michkov, which, you know, when the Sixers got Embiid, people's retort was, well, you got lucky that he got Embiid because he fell to you. Well, Michkov fell to you because people were concerned that, like, the Flyers had no interest in winning. They took Michkov because they had no interest in winning. They didn't think he was going to come over here. They were basically writing off that he wasn't going to play here for 2 years. So the Flyers' quote-unquote plan was, we'll just stink or we'll be mediocre so that it looks like we're giving an honest effort, but we're really not interested in winning. And it's like, now everyone's like, well, they have a plan. Well, not really. They've stunk for, listen, again, they got new leadership in here with Briere and Jones. So
right. There's been a change in that 4 years.
Exactly. And the problem with the Sixers was they had a change in the middle of their plan that shifted the whole plan.
Correct.
So they essentially said, I get it. The Sixers, the one difference is the Sixers essentially bottomed out. The Flyers have not bottomed out, but you can make a strong argument that they would be in a much better place right now if they bottomed out than where they are now. I mean, they've missed out on a lot of great draft opportunities because they were the first team that missed the playoffs, or they were the team that just missed out on the playoffs.
I would say the hockey's a little different because typically in a sport like basketball, there is like 3 guys in a draft who are going to be like legitimate prospects, right? And typically those guys are near the top of the draft. Hockey is kind of more like baseball, where it's like you can really get a guy if you're smart and know what you're doing anywhere in the draft, especially the first.
I'll give you that. Listen, hockey is a way more of a crapshoot. I'm not sitting here saying that that's an exact science by any stretch. However, there are certain years where there have been players at the top of that draft that you're like, this is the year that you want to be bad, and the Flyers weren't any good, and yet they weren't bad enough. I think there was a lot of people in the last couple of seasons that were hoping that the Flyers were worse than they actually decided to be.
They were, but I think the reason why what they're doing is working isn't just because they got lucky with Michkov, but because of the fact that you mentioned about how they had these guys who are trying hard.
Real quick, though,
Yeah.
Other than Michkov, seriously, let's be honest, other than Michkov, what players on this team are we all that excited about that says they're getting close? Because, for instance, you have a Buffalo team that was bad, and they got a guy like Jack Eichel, and it didn't do anything for them. We've seen teams get that top pick. Now, so I'm saying it kind of goes to the point of getting that player doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No, it doesn't. So you asked for other players. So, for example, I think, and I talked with Kein Durso about this, to me, Noah Cates is an example of this team moving in the right direction. Because Noah Cates, when he first got here, the joke was that he's just here because they need a body. Now, a couple of years later, he has evolved into a legitimate two-way centerman who can be a piece guy on a contender.
I mean, like a couple of years ago in 2022, you draft Gauthier, and you've already traded him away because of whatever drama unfolded in that. That was one player I think people were excited about, and you've traded him away, and the player you got back in return, I don't know that people are all that excited about.
I think Drysdale has been a little bit of a disappointment because of who Cutter Gauthier was. Not as much because of Drysdale. I think people were hoping to maybe get something more back for him.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is they have not been bad enough to get a player that you're excited about. Now, you mentioned Cates. We'll see. You mentioned Michkov. Again, that's the guy. He's the Embiid. You got lucky that he fell to you. So people don't want to give the Sixers credit for getting Embiid because he fell to them. So do we give the Flyers credit for getting Michkov? No, you have to be the team that pulls the trigger.
Listen,
and say the Flyers were willing to wait for Michkov because they didn't have any desire or need to win. That's why they got Michkov, because they said, we'll be the team that waits for him because we don't care if we win or not.
And listen, I can name other guys on this team, but the larger point is there another Michkov on this team right now? No, there's not.
And there's the thing. Is there another Michkov on this team? No. They've been bad for 4 years. They haven't made the playoffs. And in that time that they've been bad, they really haven't been able to add somebody or pieces that you're all that excited about.
But part of the reason why they haven't been able to is because Chuck Fletcher destroyed this team's salary cap flexibility. And so now coming into this upcoming offseason will be the first year that you are no longer in purgatory.
Well, yes, exactly, which is why the current regime is doing what they're doing. You were on the cusp of making the playoffs last year. You could make an argument that last year it was a disappointing way to finish that season.
Yes.
They had a legitimate shot of making the playoffs. But the other argument would say, well, you shouldn't have tried to make the playoffs last year. You weren't ready.
Well, then you shouldn't have John Tortorella be your head coach.
Okay, well, then that's part of the plan that they have is we're getting a guy. So it goes hand in hand is this regime could have got rid of Tortorella. They decided to keep him.
But they saw
so their plan seems to be a mix. That's the whole thing. The plan with this team now with the trades and what they're doing is obvious. They want to get more draft picks. They want to get more young talent. They want to move on from these guys who have been here through all this losing that are popular players that, are – again, they're in the middle. They got a lot of players who are just good players,
but part of
no
the
great
reason
players.
why they're in the middle is because of that being handcuffed with the salary cap. There were some of those contracts were just untradeable. Nobody wanted them. Look at Ristolainen, for example. And like Tortorella, part of the reason why he is here is because he is here to say, okay, we're going to try to develop some of these guys we have. If they're good, then they turn into Noah Cates and Tyson Forrester and Travis Sanheim. If they're not so good, then we trade away Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost and cut our losses.
Well, listen, they are going down the right path now of trading away players. Now, you can make an argument that, okay, maybe somebody offered you a second-round pick for Ristolainen. I don't know that to be true. I don't know what the best offer was for Ristolainen, but should you have just moved on from him? I guess the question is, at this point of the season, you've said to me off the air many times, their defense is so bad, and what if they trade at Ristolainen? It might be embarrassingly bad for the NHL level. Fine. But that might be where this team needs to go. They might need to be. But
that might also hurt the development of the other guys on the team. Because if you keep putting poor defense in front of a young goaltender, it could hurt his confidence.
Well, and I guess that's another question is, you got Ersson, who's 25 years old. Do you really look at him as the franchise goaltender?
No.
I think that's a big question moving forward. Fedotov is 28 years old. Do you look at either one of those guys and say, I really need to make sure that my defense gives them an effort because I might, I don't think the Flyers should be or do look at either one of those guys as the future.
No, they don't. But maybe a guy like Ersson, you build his value up. So in the future, if you are able to get a legitimate franchise goaltender, maybe you could flip Ersson for a trade.
Well,
maybe
I would wonder, though, if Ersson now already has that value. I mean, as a guy who was not supposed to be the star, the whole Carter Hart thing, blew up in their face, and Ersson kind of stepped into that role and has shown that, hey, he could certainly be in a league that certainly nowadays goes tandem. There's not a lot of number one goalies where it's not Patrick Roy and Dominic Hasek anymore. No, Mike Richter's not playing every single night. But he could certainly be the second guy in the goalie tandem. I think we have found that out. So, yeah, I mean, do the Flyers value him as the second guy in a goalie tandem? Where do they kind of, when you look at the pantheon of problems on this team, it used to be goalie way at the top. Right. Is it still that for them, or is that not even on their radar as an issue? Because to me, that has been a problem my entire adult life, is they've never had a goaltender.
Right, and I think that instead of goaltender being number one on the list, now it's like third or fourth. So if you want to call that minor progress, I guess, but I agree that Ersson is not a night in and night out goaltender, but he is a guy who could be a great tandem goaltender. Yeah. And so if you have half of a tandem, now can you be like a team like Calgary and just maybe find another dude, right? Can you be like a team like, for example, Colorado and win a championship with a 1A and a 1B? There are ways to do it. Maybe Ersson is part of that.
Terry in Galloway chimes in. He says, the Flyers are now just another franchise that only cares about profits. They don't care about winning. Winning is too expensive. Fair or unfair?
Unfair. Because if they only cared about winning, they would just go out and sign a glut of old people if you put them on the ice every year.
Yeah, they haven't gone down the road that they did when Snyder was here, where they just kept swinging for older guys. I will say this, though, as Sean is watching on the X platform, he says Flyers aren't intentionally trying to lose. So I guess you asked the question, do we feel any better about this team because they're mediocre? Like, that's my whole point. Like, this is an interesting thing. Like, okay, the Sixers lost purposely. Like, they basically got rid of their talent and said, we're starting over.
They embraced the suck.
But do we feel any better that the Flyers are, like, they haven't made the playoffs in 4 years? Okay, so if they get good next year, let's say they make the playoffs next year. Well, the Sixers weren't good for 3 seasons. 3. They didn't make the playoffs for 3. They were back in the playoffs quicker than the Flyers, and the Flyers have been trying.
But the Flyers also had a mid-change of executive during that.
So did the Sixers. The Sixers went from Hinkie to, I can't even remember who took over. Oh, Colangelo. I mean, the Sixers changed executives. They changed their whole front office. They brought in Jerry Colangelo. Then they handed it over to Brian Colangelo.
The difference is that Hinkie was brought in here to rebuild. Chuck Fletcher was brought in here to contend. This is the first administration now that's actually trying to rebuild.
But what I'm saying, to Sean's point, is that the Flyers aren't intentionally trying to lose. So it's almost like, well, it's okay that they haven't made the playoffs and haven't been any good because they're not intentionally trying to lose. Well, they still aren't any good. So why is that okay? So because they didn't intentionally? At least the Sixers were honest about it and said,
but so are the Flyers. The Flyers have told you that we're not trying to make the playoffs right now. They said we're in a rebuild.
But my point is, that's my point, is those teams were trying to win and they weren't any good. And here we are.
Right, and then they fired Chuck Fletcher, and now the current guys are saying we're rebuilding.
But my point is, the Flyers didn't make the playoffs when they were trying to.
Correct.
And here we are. They still haven't made the playoffs. The Sixers were bad and got back to the playoffs faster than the Flyers have, who were trying to actually win. And then this guy's saying, well, they weren't intentionally trying to lose. Well, they didn't do a good job of trying to win either. They stunk. And here we are now going into the 5th year. And it's like a guy like Sean is saying, well, it's okay because they didn't try to lose. Well, maybe they should have tried to lose. Maybe they'd be closer because they would have better talent. Again, it goes back to the question, who on this roster are we? Now, I get it. Michkov, you mentioned Cates. They made the trade for Giroux a couple of years ago. I think that's worked out for them.
Tippett worked out very well.
Tippett's worked out for them. I don't think anybody thought when they made that trade that Tippett was going to be a player.
He has performed way better than people thought he would.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of guys that, okay, but you're talking about a team that hasn't been good in 5 years. And out of the 5 years, there's 3 guys on the team that we're somewhat excited about. That doesn't seem like a good plan. Now, I get it. The guys in charge now were not in charge of the plan there. But it goes back to the Sixers at least were losing, and they had a plan to get talent.
I think that's part of the problem here is that you're applying basketball philosophy to hockey philosophy. Whereas in basketball, you draft a superstar, it changes everything for a franchise. In hockey, you can draft a superstar, your team can still stink.
That is true. Well, yes, absolutely. Now, in basketball, too, you draft a good player if the rest of the team, isn't good around them. That's why the Sixers were they made the commitment to not be bad 1 year, but to be bad for 3 years, to try to get 3 good players. Because what ends up happening is you draft a player at number 1. I talked about this way back during the process years, but this is why you have to be bad for multiple years. You draft a player at number 1, and then that player is good enough to make you mediocre. Well, then the problem is that player can never get a player to play around him.
By the way, the Flyers look like they made a post-deadline deal. They dumped Eric Johnson's contract, it looks like, to Colorado. So then they got another prospect, Giovanni Smith.
Would they get the paperwork in?
They must have got the paperwork in just in time.
Just in time. The fax, would it get stuck in the fax machine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
I swear, the fax is coming through any minute.
So to go back to Sean's point, though, I'm just wondering for a guy like Sean, are you cool with what's happened with this team the last 5 years?
And
you look back at these last 4 years, they haven't made the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs again. It's going to be 5 years in a row.
Right.
Do you look back at these 5 years and say, well, they tried. They were really they were mediocre, and is that acceptable? Like, that's my mind. I just can't wrap my head around people's mindset that they would rather have the 4 years of the Flyers that they just saw rather than just be awful and then get a player that you're excited about. Now, it doesn't mean that player is going to work out, but at least you have a much better chance that player, if you a couple of years ago, the Flyers. Well, let's go back to the year they drafted Michkov. They got lucky.
Yes, because he wasn't coming over anytime soon at that point.
No, and because you had the 7th pick in that draft.
Right.
But if you were so bad that year, you ended up with the number 1 pick. Connor Bedard was number 1. Leo Carlson was number 2. You would feel pretty good if you got either one of those players.
Sure, but Bedard's a perfect example. He's a superstar player on a team that's trash.
Yes, because he can't get anybody else. They need to be bad again and again. That's the thing. You go back to...
You look at a team like the Oilers, the reason why they were able to get Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl and all these guys is because even when those guys came up, the team was still bad. So they just kept hitting the lottery again and again.
Exactly. Edmonton did it right. They got the best player in the draft and then were bad again and got more players. Like, they just kept getting players because they were committed to be. But you got to commit to it,
right? And I don't think anyone disagrees with your point about them being committed.
No, there's a lot of people that disagree with. They don't. They like Sean. He doesn't agree with it.
Again, I'm not speaking for Sean, but I think Sean's kind of thinking like I am, which is I don't look at the 4 years as a complete package. I look at it as 2 years of Chuck Fletcher failing and then 2 years of rebuilding.
Well, but that goes hand in hand with what happened with the Sixers. Is Colangelo was a debacle.
But Colangelo was hired after Hinkie was already rebuilding. And they didn't let Hinkie finish the rebuild.
That's my point. But people blend them together. People blend them together and say that the thing has failed because of Hinkie.
But
not necessarily. It didn't fail because of Hinkie. It failed because they handed it over to Colangelo.
Sure.
Now, that's not a guarantee that Hinkie would have got it right. I want to put that caveat on it, too.
Sure. But the point is that this is more like if Colangelo came before Hinkie, is what's going on with the Flyers. If you had Colangelo first, then you brought in Hinkie for the rebuild. That's what the Flyers are.
Yes. It's the Flyers. The Flyers went with the veteran GM first, and then said, we're going to turn it over to someone who's a little bit more progressive.
Correct.
The Sixers said, we're going to go with the progressive guy first. He had the plan, and then the plan went so right that the NBA said, this plan's going too well. We can't let it keep going because it's making a mockery of our system.
Right.
And then they put the old head in, the Fletcher. And then Fletcher, like he did to the Flyers, Colangelo, he destroyed the Sixers as well.
Right.
All right, good conversation. What do you guys think? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We're going to ask Kevin Durso. Here we are. They're not going to make the playoffs for 5 years in a row now. The deadline, is this team moving in the right direction? And I think they are. By the way, I think they are moving in the right direction, but it has been a slow-moving direction. It feels like a clam who, is just kind of moving its way across the beach. The siphon is moving very slowly. He'll give us his thoughts on the trade, the capital they got back in return. Our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, joins us next. All right, Flyers make a couple trades. We'll get the latest from Kein Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider. Wednesday, Durso told us that the Flyers were holding out for a first-round pick for Scott Laughton. Well, it appears they got their wish. We'll get Durso's take on the 2 or possibly 3 deals. It looked like a third deal kind of came creeping in late here. So we'll get Durso's take on that. Let's first start with the bigger one, Kevin, which obviously Scott Laughton, we've been hearing his name, it seems like, for 5 years. He is now going to Toronto. The Maple Leafs, in exchange, give up a prospect, which is probably, an added value here, but they get a conditional first-round pick in 2027, something the Flyers really wanted. So let's start there with you as the Flyers make a couple deals today. My man Durso, what's up?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Awesome. I know big day in the hockey world for everybody, but the Flyers make a couple trades, which, on Wednesday we weren't sure. They were holding out hope, but they got what they wanted, it looks like, for Laughton.
Yeah, the first rounder is obviously the important part of this. I'm going to compare this deal the way that I keep kind of looking at the structure of it, and it hasn't been officially announced yet. Which is kind of interesting, honestly, because the other deal that they have completed to this point was announced pretty quickly. This one, for some reason, it's not out there, released by the teams, but the reports are they get a conditional 2027 first round pick that is top 10 protected, and a prospect, Nikita. I got to pull up his name again. Sorry. I'm sorting through 3 different trades at one time here. So I'm trying my best to kind of navigate that. The last one, and Nikita Grabenkin is the other player in this. Grabenkin's a big guy. He's 6'2", 209 pounds, right winger. So he'll bring some size to the forward group when the time comes. He's probably going to go to the minors for the rest of this year, I would imagine, just because that's probably the right place for him. But the first was really the big deal. I'm going to compare this, though, to the Claude Giroux trade from a couple years back. The Flyers traded Claude Giroux 3 trade deadlines ago, and the first round pick that they got in the Claude Giroux trade still hasn't been made yet, because it was a 2024 first round pick that they pushed back to 2025 with one of their trades at last year's draft. So you get a similar thing where this first round pick is way down the line. The prospect is someone that you're taking a flyer on. He's ranked in the top 10 of Toronto's system. So he's a solid prospect, but not anybody who is at the top of their list. So you get very similar vibes to the Owen Tippett acquisition that they got when they got Giroux. And the only difference here is that when the Flyers traded Giroux, they got an additional third round pick in there. Laughton is not Giroux, so it makes sense that it's a little less. And all that's still kind of filing in. There's been some, because as I see the graphic up on the screen right now, there's been some back and forth that originally it was listed as a 26, not a 27. It sounds like it's a 27. So we're just waiting for complete confirmation, but it seems like that's
ESPN.com has a 27. Frank Cervalli, Daily Faceoff, he has a 26.
I think a lot of people
go with Frank.
Well, a lot of people jumped the gun. There's more insiders who put out 27 later. So it sounds like initially it looked like a 26 because that was the next first round pick that Toronto had available. And then it's going to be a 27, it looks like.
So a 27 first, and that's a conditional. Obviously, we don't know what the conditions on that are yet.
Top 10 protected.
Top 10 protected. All right. So in the end, I mean, they waited. Do we, you're looking at the big picture. Was that a move that you applaud them for?
Yeah, because it felt like it was time. And I just wonder if they would have waited beyond this deadline. They didn't have to trade Scott Laughton at this year's deadline to still maximize the value potentially before next trade deadline. Like they would have next trade deadline where he was an expiring free agent to be able to do that. But if you wait that long, what happens if there's a more serious, a serious injury that happens? What happens if his value tanks because his performance goes down? It just felt like the way that it was a seller's market at this year's deadline. The teams that were making moves were getting a lot in return. A lot of the consensus I've heard from just watching different trade deadline shows going on from other people talking about this deal, people are surprised that this is what the return was and think the Flyers made out pretty well because they're sitting there saying, I don't know if Scott Laughton compared to some of the other guys that were available on the market, the Islanders trade up Brock Nelson, Brad Marchand got traded by Boston at the last minute. Mikko Rantanen got traded for a second time. These are all forwards that are going to different places and they're way more the bigger names. And the Flyers still got a first round pick for Scott Laughton. So it says a lot about what they were able to do by waiting it out. They took advantage of the seller's market. the only aspect of it that I wasn't a huge fan of, but I understand how it kind of goes hand in hand, was the retention, because you do retain the salary into next season as well. You know, that kind of hinders you just a little bit, but it's not a terrible retention here. It's going to be $1.5 million. And with the cap going up, that really shouldn't hinder them too much for what they're going to do in the offseason. So it makes a lot of sense.
All right, let's go to the next deal. As you mentioned, this has been announced by the team. And Andrei Kuzmenko, who they got from Calgary on January the 30th, you have kind of speculated that you wouldn't be surprised if they flipped him. And they did. They flipped him for a third-round pick. So this looks like another move where, hey, another player not in our big picture plans, give us a pick, and we'll take another swing at finding a young talent.
Yeah, anybody who's disappointed by this, it makes no sense to me if you are. You know, I understand that he brought something different, maybe, like, and by different, I mean, like, the reason why people were so in on trading Scott Lawton is because you've seen the guy around for 12, he's been part of the team for 12 seasons, you know, so you're looking for fresh blood here at some point. So this guy comes in and he plays only 7 games with the team, and there's some people out there, I think, that are kind of reacting like, why didn't you give him more of a fair chance? He's had trouble sticking in different organizations in the past, and it's not a matter of what he brings with his play per se or anything like that. I think he is what he is. And when it came down to it, the only way he was going to be back with the team, I mean, they might try to revisit as a free agent to bring him back potentially, but the contract he was going to have to get is going to be way lower than what he's making. So it's almost a non-starter at that point. So to flip him and get something in return, that's a win every day of the week. And you almost take whatever you can get. I think a lot of people, the way I saw it, a lot of people probably would have been satisfied if you would have gotten something as simple as a 5th round pick back for just flipping him. They got a 3rd. So that's pretty substantial, all things considered.
All right, Eric Johnson. It doesn't look like the trade details are out on this. This one came like kind of late after the deadline. I know you said, look, I'm trying to piece together 3 things. Eric Johnson has been traded, correct?
It looks like it. So again, that's very much because it came down at the wire. It's still very much in the report stage, not something that's a little bit more formalized at this point. The return that it seems to be out there is Giovanni Smith, who's a forward. And he's a UFA also. So this sounds like a very even swap. It's even swap by the money. It's even swap by contract situation. And the exact words I used with you on Wednesday about Eric Johnson, where I wonder if they do him a service for just being a good guy and get him to a
36-year-old defenseman, by the way, for everybody. And the one thing I would ask is Tortorella has been pretty vocal about how bad the defense has been. Like, if I trade a Ristolainen, what is that going to leave me? Yet he does it. I mean, they obviously, as you said, though, this guy's 36 years old. He's not in the plans.
And he wasn't playing anyway, to be honest. That's why my big question, and kind of the reason why I think nobody saw this one coming, is because I don't know that we thought the market was there. The reason that they make the deal that they do is because if Danny Briere calls up the Colorado Avalanche and starts working on this with Eric Johnson involved, Eric Johnson spent 13 seasons with Colorado and won a Stanley Cup with them. They're more than willing to probably bring him back and have him just be part of the depth in a playoff run. So that's exactly why something like that happens. I highly doubt that to me, the player that they're getting back in this is probably just to fill a roster spot for the rest of the year, because they're in a position right now where they moved 2 more players today, obviously, with Lawton and Kuzmenko. They've got to fill the lineup tomorrow. So they can call up guys, but maybe you're not in the position where you want to call somebody up in a certain spot. You don't want to call a younger player up who's the AHL team's going to make a playoff run. They're in the playoff picture for them. So you might try to keep guys in the minors who are on the younger side and say, play meaningful games down there. We'll just get somebody up here who kind of rides out the final 19 in the NHL. So that's part of what this probably is.
So those are the 3 deals. Ironically enough, and we'll play this for you guys over if you're watching the video portion of the thing. Here's a video of Giovanni Smith and the new Flyer and Eric Johnson, the traded Flyer, getting into a fight with each other. There you go. There's Johnson, 77, and Smith, 54. Bare knuckling it on the ice, and that they've been swapped for each other. So they make these 3 deals. Why not Ristolainen?
Well, for one, once they traded Kuzmenko and Lawton collectively and retained on both players. The retention on Kuzmenko is neither here nor there. That contract's up at the end of the year, and because that was the first one to move, that made a lot of sense. That was part of the reason I didn't love the retention with Lawton, was because now, until free agency hits this year, you have no retention spots for salary. So if you were to try to make a move with Ristolainen at the deadline, you're not retaining salary. Or at the deadline, or at the draft, I should say, because the draft will take place before free agency hits. So you'll get a slot back on July 1st, but you don't get that in time for the draft in late June. So that's the complication there. But otherwise, Ristolainen still has 2 full years left on his contract after this season. It's a higher cap hit at $5.1 million. It just, between the asking price and what teams would have to do to fit Ristolainen in effective immediately, it probably just wasn't in the cards. I would keep an eye on this one more in the offseason as teams kind of work out their plans for the upcoming season and have a little more money to spend, then that might come to fruition a little bit more. But in the immediate, they kind of were non-committal on that anyway to begin with, because as you mentioned, you trade a guy like that. Tortorella had said, you trade a guy like that, you're looking for that guy for Saturday anyway. But I just don't think there was teams in position to actually make that happen now, as opposed to in the offseason. So keep an eye on that one later, but today, no.
All right, so today the deadline has come and gone, and today the Philadelphia Flyers sit 5 points out of a playoff. You have said over and over they are not making the playoffs this year. This will be the 5th straight year they do not make the playoffs. Do we feel in the 4 years that they have not made the playoffs, now the 5th, other than Michkov, Durso, is there anybody that fans should be excited that, hey, you haven't made the playoffs, but because you haven't made the playoffs, here's what you have?
Probably not, honestly. You have a lot of good depth behind Michkov. Travis Konechny is going to be a piece, and Konechny is borderline because he's been recognized as an all-star. He went to 4 nations. That kind of puts him on a little bit more of a national, international radar than others. Owen Tippett is one of those really nice depth pieces. He's a good second liner. What you're looking for now, you're at the phase of this where you've built out a lot of pieces below Michkov at this point. You've built out a lot of the depth that you're going to want to have. That entire line that with Noah Cates, Bobby Brink, Tyson Forster, that's an entire second, third line material type deal. You can keep that together and you have your middle portions. What they need is high-end talent. And there's 2 ways that they're going to be able to possibly get it, and that's where it seems like they have a plan. They have a lot of draft capital now, which is the one way to get it. And the other way to get it is by having a lot of draft capital, you can start to entertain trades or offer sheets and eventually tie that into trading, offer sheets, signing guys potentially, and as money comes off the books, attacking free agency. That's where I think they want to be by next offseason, is to be attacking with free agency. This offseason, you want to look at offer sheets potentially for young restricted free agents that other teams who are really good may not be able to afford. And you want to look into the possibility of, one, whether or not your draft capital this year turns out to be just really good on your own end. Because at this point, not only have you made the trades you've made today, and I'm going to throw the Eric Johnson one aside because he wasn't actively playing, but Kuzmenko comes out of the lineup and had given you a little bit of added energy. You take Lawton out. You've traded Farabee and Frost. Your forward group has lost 4 players over the last month and a half. So you're going to kind of get by bare bones minimum. Who knows how many games they win down the stretch now, because you just won't have the talent level. You might win a few based on some of the teams on your schedule. You're going to play some of the teams that sold with you today, but you're also going to play teams that are way better than you. And you're not that far from the bottom. I know that they're 5 points out of a playoff spot. They're also 7th or 8th from the bottom of the NHL standings too. And you're not going to be surpassed by the 2 at the very bottom, but you are going to potentially put yourself in that lottery discussion to get a top 5 pick, which would be huge for your future. So that's where part of that starts. Then you have the possibility of using a bunch of those picks. They have 7 over the first 2 rounds of this year's draft. I personally do not see them making 7 draft picks in the first 2 rounds. I see them either trying to package picks to trade up or package picks to get something in return. Perfect example would be, again, when kind of hand in hand with the offer sheet thing. If a team's got a restricted free agent that they know they're not going to be able to sign, or they know they're in for it with them, if the Flyers get to the draft table and say, we've got 4 second-round picks, here's one of them, or here's 2 of them, Give us the rights to that player so we get 3 extra days to negotiate before that hits, free agency officially and you're kind of really up against it, or we're competing with offer sheets. They might do something like that to try to get a player. One of them, perfect example, and he had a great game last night for Winnipeg, is Gabe Vilardi, who had 3 assists and looked really good. He didn't have that same kind of impact the previous Saturday, but he looked really good last night. He's due for a big payday. He's had a career year. He falls kind of in line with 25, 26 years old. So he would be kind of part of the core immediately. He would jump all of your centers effective immediately and be part of your top forward group immediately. And that's kind of the type of things you got to consider, but that's what'll move it forward. So do they, here's the kind of the catch. Do they have a plan? Absolutely. They have a plan. They've acquired the draft capital and they have positioned themselves to be aggressive this offseason and next. Now you've got to put it into action and make everything with this count. If they don't make everything with this count, the good news for them also with this is these 2 years have been, Danny Briere. I think a lot of people were worried that Danny Briere might not pull the trigger on a Scott Laughton deal this trade deadline, and that we would be doing the same conversations over and over again about how attached they are to having a Scott Laughton in the locker room when he's not a big point producer and he's another one of these depth guys that you keep hanging around for years and years and years. But he did what he had to do, and we're just 2 trade deadlines removed from when Chuck Fletcher did nothing at the deadline, and we were sitting there wondering what's going on with their direction. Now they feel like they have that sense of direction. It's a shame that they've wasted all those years from 2020. Looked like 2020 playoffs. They looked like a team going definitely in the right direction. Chuck Fletcher tried to have a gigantic retool offseason from 21, from 20 in the summer of 2021. That's where they even got guys like Ristolainen to begin with. It didn't all work out. And now you have to kind of pick up the pieces from that mistake. And that's what Danny Briere is doing. Now he's got to make his own impact with all of these draft picks and with whatever signings they can make.
Right. Sam Henke, you got all the assets. Now you got to make the right picks. That's where the Flyers kind of are right now. But tomorrow, by the way, they're both Saturday, Sunday, couple afternoon games. I'm sure ABC and TNT are thrilled that they have a Flyers game now on back-to-back days here, and you can listen to them both on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Durso, good stuff, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
There's the Flyers at the deadline. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com, breaking it all down for you. The Flyers at the trade deadline. We got more coming up on the Sports Bash. 353 Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing Heating, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. 609-390-3907 online, broadleafs.net. Mike Gill, Sports Bash, taking you till 6 o'clock tonight. Andam Caplan, football at 4 in 7 minutes from now. Today's football at 4. We got a lot to dive into. What are some of the team needs that Howie Roseman will look to add in free agency? We've been talking about it. Like, they're not going to take the big swing in free agency, but they're going to be a player in free agency in some capacity. What are some of the areas that they need to invest in as that guy who's, a depth piece? Who is the LeGarrette Blount? Who is the Patrick Robinson? Who is the Chris Long? Who is that type of player for this team? And still to come, Knicks Nuggets, Ryer Sigh, your text messages, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text board is open. A lot of texts coming in. We'll try to hit on those in the next hour or so. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. Like and subscribe at Mike Gill Show. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at Game Day Men's Health, Egg Harbor Township. Hey, guys, if you're chasing peak performance, trying to reignite intimacy, or you want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health right now in Egg Harbor Township is defining a new era in men's health right here in our backyard, delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, removing the stigma around ED, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidance. No shortcuts. You walk in, you walk out feeling like you have a plan in a very comfortable, private environment. They got flat screen TVs. They got the games on in there. Stop on by Game Day Men's Health, EHT, free consultation, 15 minutes to get the lab work done. Tell them the Sports Bash sent you. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Andam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and the Inside the Birds YouTube channel, which you can get on all platforms. Inside the Birds right now for Football at 4 with Andam Caplan on a happy hour Friday. He joins us here on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Adam? How are you?
Mike, good to talk to you. I enjoyed the discussion you and Josh were having about, what are how are these teams building themselves, and what kind of message are they sending? The Flyers discussion. You talk about the trade deadline, and Sixers and Phillies are obvious. They're trying to go for it. They traded away some prospects at the trade deadline. Unfortunately, they didn't get a ring. But the Eagles are interesting as we could start off with that, Mike. They're kind of under the philosophy, and we said this when Jeff and I were doing our shows when Nick Sirianni came in. The Eagles, they wouldn't say it publicly, but we had talked to some NFL people and agents who talked to the Eagles heading into the 21 offseason, and they were kind of in a rebuild. They hated, they won't say it publicly. They were in a rebuild. And it's really remarkable, Mike, what they've been able to do over a series of years of good free agency moves. Obviously, last year's was phenomenal, and really good drafting. That's where Howie Roseman has really improved as a general manager. And then you also should, Mike, know that Jeffrey Lurie's support of Howie through his toughest of times, the 2020 season, and to support him and let him do his job and not interfere. We had mentioned previously, prior to the 2020 season, when we thought he got too involved, but it's been Howie all the way here, and it's clear they're not a team that feels it needs to rebuild. They obviously don't win the Super Bowl. They're going to just reload a little bit. That's what they're going to do here.
Well, and one of the parts of reloading is, look, free agency starts Monday, and you don't have to be swinging for the fences with a big player every single free agent. The Eagles are generally involved, with big names because, Howie does his due diligence. But this feels like the kind of free agent period where Monday comes and they're probably not at the top of the news list unless they lose some of their guys.
Well, that we're expecting. Milt Williams in particular, barring a surprise. But yeah, I would, but I'd be careful. Also, the Eagles are really good at looking at the cut list when players are cut at positions of need where they know they don't have to do anything drastic, but they could use perhaps a defensive tackle that becomes available, or an edge rusher that's cut, or a cornerback's gets cut because they certainly have a pretty significant need there with the Darius Slay release. So, they've as we start here, Mike, and free agency starts 12 o'clock on Monday, when the agreements, you cannot sign. By the way, the rule is this, just so people understand. The agent for a player who's got guys who are free agents, they could talk to other teams for their players, but the player cannot talk to that new team until 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. They could say whatever they want to them. So that's why you see a couple things happen, Mike. It happens at every free agency that there were one or two reports that a player is going to sign with a certain team. Well, then the guy changes his mind. No better example of the Frank Gore story that Adam Schefter and I put out. Was it 2015? Yeah, it was the year that Howie was reassigned, and Frank changed his mind. He decided he didn't want to play for Chip Kelly. So, but we never said he was signing there. He told people he planned to sign there, but he couldn't sign because he couldn't sign until this new league year. So just be careful of some of the reports out there. A couple guys will change their mind.
Yeah, and we know that, one thing for Philadelphia is they got one guy off the market. Before we get to some of their needs, let's get quick thoughts on Zach Baun. 3 years, 51. We kind of talked about, is he a guy that they want to make sure they get back? Well, they answered that question this week. 3 years, $51 million, $30+ million. Man, Jeffrey Lurie's probably got a cramp in his hand with the $30 million checks he wrote this week.
Yes, that one I think was $34 million fully guaranteed signing. We've not got the structure yet, but just to be clear, Mike, I tried to explain this to you a couple times. Let's say Zach Baun asked for let's put it this way. You had asked me for several weeks where I thought Zach Bond was coming back. I said, yes, very good, strong chance. He wants to be back. They want him back. But what he did say is, look, if his agent, if the representatives of CAA said to the Eagles, listen, we want Roquan Smith's deal and we're not budging, well, then he would not be an Eagle. That's the difference there. There was no way you could ask for. There's no way you were getting that deal if you're Zach Bond for one great season. You have to put two great together, then you could get that type of deal. So that was my only thing. I just warned people that just be careful of certain assumptions until we actually know what he's asking for or willing to accept. And he took the fourth highest APY. That's called average per season, average per year. And it's a really good deal. As Jeff and I talked about on Inside the Birds, it's a very fair deal. He didn't get Roquan Smith. He didn't have to take the Patrick Queen deal. He got it right in the middle. It was just really right down the middle. Honestly, it was where it should have been. We want to see the structure, but
yeah.
The Eagles stepped it up. He's look, let's put whether he's a priority or not, that doesn't really matter. The guy was an All-Pro. This is a player that had nothing to do with the Eagles' positional priority. The Eagles have never had to make a decision with an All-Pro. They don't walk away from All-Pros. That's the point.
Well, they brought the All-Pro back. They brought the other All-Pro back. They got both Bond and Barkley back with the Birds, and maybe they get Becton. We'll see. Williams and Sweat most likely to go. But let's get Adam's quick takes on. They are going to be a player in free agency, but it might not be till that second or third wave. What are some of the needs? We talked about this the other day, Adam. Like, okay, here's a blank check for Howie Roseman on the first day of free agency. They don't really have like that big name guy they have to go get in free agency, but they still have to do some things. What are some of the needs? Let's look at offense first.
Yeah, Mike, and as we detailed on our show this week, on a couple of our shows, this is the year of the mid-level free agent. There are very few blue-chip prospects, or I should say players. Prospects are college players, but veterans or even young veterans like Milton Williams. Milton Williams is the top free agent defensive tackle. There's no question about it. There are a couple of guys who were cut. Draymond Jones, who we talked about on today's show, who's a really good football player who unfortunately just never worked out for him. He was not used correctly with Seattle. But the Eagles could be players for guys who were released. And by the way, those don't count against the compensatory formula. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. So let's look at what, heading into free agency, Mike, and free agency most of the time is about immediate needs. The draft is for future needs. Now, there are instances where you get a guy in free agency who could be with your team 3 or 4 years. Saquon Barkley was for now and for the future. But they do have a need in back of Saquon Barkley with Kenny Gainwell's contract up. They badly need somebody who could protect. If Gainwell does not come back, if he signs elsewhere, it would be for more money because Eagles definitely want him back. But if it was for more money, they got to find somebody who could block, Mike. Saquon is an average pass protector. Gainwell is a very good pass protector. He's by far the best pass protector. Offensive line depth, Mike. With Becton, I would not count on them coming back based on what we know. The Eagles have some interest. It depends on what he's asking for. They have leverage in this deal because they have Tyler Steen, who they would draft to be their right guard. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then tight end, Mike, with Dallas Goedert in the last year of his deal, we've talked about this on Inside the Birds for weeks. We don't see him being released, if anything, traded, or they have to make a decision on how they're going to bring him back with his contract. Making just over $14 million, no guaranteed money. Most veterans don't like to come back in situations like that. That's a situation to watch. I know the rumors out there that they're going to trade him. We've been talking about this on Patreon for a couple weeks. We didn't think he'd be back. We don't know that as a fact, to be clear. Mm-hmm. But for our Patreon members, they know that what we've told. We have different reasons we're not going to get into right now, but we have some reasons why we don't think he'll be back, but it's not a lock. There is. Let's put it this way, Mike. It's kind of a fluid situation. There's a saying in the National Football League: if you want to move your player, who's your replacement? There are 0 replacements for Dallas Goedert on the roster. It's not a good free agency for tight end. However, Mike, there are about 7 quality starting type tight ends in this draft. That is rare. There are 4 really good, and I'm told there are 3 other guys you certainly consider to be starters. And the other thing, Mike, is you need guys who could block and catch and be athletic. Those guys are hard to find. So we'll see how this Goddard thing's fascinating. I'm interested to see how this works out.
Real quick on Becton, if he walks, is it in your mind Steen, or do they look to sign? There's a couple guards in free agency. Or they just put Steen in there, or do they look? Do they not view him as a starting right guard?
It's Steen with competition. That's why I would say it. His tape, we were told, was mixed. There were signs really early this season when he had to come and play. Boy, did he look good! And you saw some signs last year, signs in the off season, and then Becton shocked us, Mike. It's one of yet another reason why this team won a Super Bowl, Mike. The things you cannot predict. A guy who never played inside in his life, who did get in the best shape of his career. We should mention that with Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
And he played well. He had some games where he didn't play well. Technique, it was a little bit awkward for him as we understand it, because the techniques that you use inside are different from when you play a tackle. So that was a little bit of a challenge for him. But Tyler Steen, let's not forget, was drafted to be the right guard. But there are a lot of, let's put it this way, there are a decent amount of guys out there, but there aren't a lot of, like what you'd say, solid guys at guard that are out there. You have to be careful with the list. There are a lot of them, but not all of them are very good.
Yeah. Just, we'll see if Becton stays or goes. That's on the offensive side of the ball. Defense, obviously some of their key free agents with Williams and Sweat are on the defense, so they're most likely going to have to try to look at some needs there. Where else are they going to be kicking the tires on that second or third level of free agency?
Yeah, no question. A defensive tackle, Mike, is a need. There's no doubt. Unless Milt Williams-Shackleton comes back. It's not, again, that they don't want him back. They'd love to have him back, but in fact, they tried a lot during the regular season. Milton smartly knew he was playing great. Other teams knew this, and he's going to get a monster deal. We warned our Patreon people it was around the Senior Bowl at the late January, early February. It was before I went to the Super Bowl. You're talking about nearly 6 weeks ago that it's going to be tough to keep him because the deal that we're hearing he's going to get is over $20 million per season. I still feel that way, Mike. I'd be stunned. By the way, Osa Odighizuwa, the D tackle for the Cowboys, that's the floor for the deal. The floor would be $20 million a season. He should get more than that. He'll get between Aleem McNeil's deal, which is $24.5 million per season, and I'd say $21 million, somewhere around there. That's what he should get. You never say never with this stuff, but that's what he should get. It's a need, Mike. Moro Ojomo played about a third of the defensive snaps. He did a good job in his role, but asking him to play 60 to 70% of the snaps and be as effective, that's certainly a challenge.
All right, real quick before Andam Caplan goes, this is the time right now. These teams are trying to figure out what to do, and high-profile names are starting to hit the free agent market. You got Jonathan Allen. You got guys who can now be traded. Hey, call us. Trey Hendrickson is available. Do you think Howie gets intrigued by any of the high-profile cuts or makes calls for some of these big names that have now permission to get traded?
Yeah, so I know there are rumors about Howard Landry being released. Howard Landry is a guy that his sack numbers don't measure the pressure rate. His pressure rate is not very good. His sack numbers are good, but Mike, sacks are literally individual plays. They're like 5% of the total plays for the season, so you have to be careful. It's about tape and pressure numbers. Landry's a smaller end, by the way. They need a guy with size as an edge rusher. So I would say when we talk Tuesday, Mike, it would not surprise us if they've added a D tackle and a cornerback, particularly corner. This has nothing to do with Isaiah Rodgers. If they do anything, it would be for a guy either come in and start at corner or compete for the starting cornerback job. They need an edge rusher. But on Inside the Birds, Mike, we are very high on Jay Alexander. We have been since he was drafted. He played more than they expected. He was not supposed to play last season. He was going to be the fifth edge rusher. He was also inactive week one, which tells you that he wasn't going to play. But he wound up playing because of injuries and what happened with Bryce Huff. And he's a guy that they're very high on, so keep an eye on that. So they'll be active week one, but I would agree with the assessment. I don't see the Saquon Barkley situation unless it came in a trade, and you never know.
All right, there's Andam Caplan for today's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, Monday, it all starts. The free agent legal tampering is underway. Tuesday, Adam will be back to break down what we know. And then, of course, Football at 4 all week long here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Thanks.
Andam Caplan, everybody, from Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, Danny Briere is scheduled to speak to the media in a couple of moments from now. He is scheduled to speak at 4:15, and when he goes to the podium, we will have Danny Briere's coming up here on the Sports Bash Live. We'll have that on the trade deadline, as they did trade Scott Lawton. Kind of a big trade for them. As Durso pointed out, Lawton over the years, his name has come up a lot. They just haven't pulled the trigger on it, and there were some people worried. Would Danny Briere be able to pull the trigger on a deal to move Lawton? Like, his locker room presence, would that be something that would be too much for him to kind of move on from? And give Briere credit. He got the deal, and he ends up moving Lawton today. So when Danny Briere hits the podium, we'll have it for you right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as the Flyers at the deadline today. Really, this is a big day, as Durso talked about, because Briere now has all of his assets. This is his Sam Hinkie moment. Hinkie, where he failed, he had all the assets. He didn't get to see it through, but he missed on a lot of picks. Now that you have all the assets, what did Durso say? 7 picks in the first 3 rounds, I think he said, coming up, or maybe the first 2 rounds. He said, I don't see him taking 7 picks or whatever it is, first 2 rounds. He says, I don't see him making that many picks, but the ones you make, you have to make sure you hit on. Or you've got to get some more talent. As we talked about, this team has been bad for how many years now? They haven't made the playoffs. This will be the 5th straight year. You have to start getting some excitable pieces in here. So that is what we want to hear from Danny Briere coming up. We'll carry just a couple moments of his opening thoughts. We want to hear what he has to say about the trade deadline. And then, of course, Knicks Nuggets coming up in just a little bit on the Sports Bash. A couple things on what Adam had to say before we get to Danny Briere. And Josh is going to alert me when Briere steps to the podium. The notion for the Eagles, one, Mekhi Becton, if he's not back, they are not going to spend money to bring another guard in here, as you just heard Adam said. Steen with competition, they're not going to go spend high quality. If they're going to spend money on a guard, they're going to bring Becton back. All right, we'll get back into that. Here comes Danny Briere, the Flyers GM, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, thanks to NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Can you maybe take us into how difficult it was to trade him today?
Yeah, trading Scott Lawton was one of the most difficult thing I probably ever had to do as a GM. What he means to the Flyers, always been here, the type of person he is, the teammate that he is. How helpful he was to not just his teammates, the coaching staff, the community, him and his wife. At the end, it's kind of a cool ending for him, having a chance to go back home and with the tragedy that they've had to endure this season as a family, to be able to go home. It was tough to let him go. The return was amazing, and on top of it, giving him the chance to go play for his hometown team, I think is pretty cool.
You told us a year ago that part of the reason you held on to him, obviously, was because you valued him for the culture, the culture setting aspect of it. What's your concern level with that now that you've taken him on top of, I guess, the prior move with Calgary?
Yeah, there's no doubt that it's it's a little scary. He was a big part of the culture, that we've, I think, been reestablishing the last couple of years. He was a big part of that. But at some point too, you got to let some of the young guys start to take over. We thank Scott for everything that he's done, and hopefully, he leaves, a print on our locker room, and you see some of the young guys taking a step this year. You think about Noah Cates, Owen Tippett, Tyson Forster, Bobby Brink have all elevated their play, and you hope that they can use what they've learned from Scott.
Was it important to get you have 3 firsts in this coming draft? Was it important for you that the first round pick that you acquired was in a later year? I mean, is that?
It was preferable, at some point too, because that there's no guarantee that first round pick we will be picking. At some point, we hope to be one of those teams on the other side of the fence that are looking to acquire players. Like you mentioned, having 3 already this year, still our own next year. We felt, for us, that wasn't a problem to push it out that way. Those first round picks you saw today, you see at on draft day, they're so valuable. It to me doesn't really matter. Even if it's pushed out a year or 2, they're still very valuable and a huge asset to have moving forward. So, we're excited to be able to move it out a little bit.
What was the conversation, I guess, like with Scott?
Emotional, from both sides. I mean, me personally, I played with Scott. I know him really well. He was a teammate for when he started in the league. So yeah, it was emotional for him, probably even more. Leaving everything he knows behind as far as the NHL, the only team he's ever played for. This is his family. So it was definitely tough. I think he had a lot of different emotions all at once. You could tell, there's one side that you feel you're losing something, and on the flip side, it's the opportunity is exciting for him. So it was a weird moment there for a few minutes.
You also traded, well, it hasn't been officially announced, but
Eric Johnson.
Yeah, another one of your former teammates.
Another teammate. Trading all the teammates away today. But yeah, in Eric's case, it's more of a favor to him to give him a chance to go chase a cup in a place that he played a lot of years, that he still has lots of friends. So it's not something that we were really looking forward to do. It was more for him to give him the chance to chase it one more time, or maybe more.
Can you confirm the return was Giovanni Smith?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
What can you tell us about the prospect you're getting from Toronto? Why was he someone that you were actively targeting, or how'd that all kind of?
Yes, he was. He was one of their prospect that we really liked. And when you're talking trades with other teams, it's not just by myself. We rely on our team of scouts, guys that travel rinks and watch these players play. And our guys were really high on him. Got excited when his name started, being mentioned as a possibility. So yeah, he was definitely a target for us. They valued him more than a third round pick. So that's how this one got done.
He's going to go to the AHL, you said.
Yeah, to start with, that's the plan. But I don't know how soon he's going to play, but we certainly see him as a future Flyer.
Without getting into specifics, did you get many phone calls for other players that maybe weren't on that rumor circuit?
Yeah, there's a few names that came up. Most of the time, it's just teams checking. Hey, are you doing this? Are you doing that? Would you consider this guy or that guy? So yeah, there's a few other names that were talked about. I don't think I got really anywhere or anything serious with anybody else. And to be honest with you, Kuzmenko kind of came out of the blue today. And that just made sense. It's not like we were shopping him, but he's an unrestricted free agent. There's a need and a fit there with LA, and kind of worked for us as well. So that one got done pretty quick.
Danny, I gotta imagine Scott Lawton had a ton of interest. Are you willing to say just maybe how many teams or how many calls you got on him?
It's tough to tell, how many teams were serious because, teams they're trying to figure out if, first of all, if he's available and what's the price range. Some teams, and it's like anything else, they don't want to show too much interest. So it's really tough to tell. I 14 or 15 teams on him along the way, even some teams that were not in the playoffs for a different reason. They had some interest. So there's a lot of interest. It's really hard to tell how serious it was for how many teams.
The reports were that the bar was really high for Ristolainen in particular.
Mm-hmm.
What I guess makes him so, and Torts has talked about him too, right?
Yeah.
How much he loves the guy, it seems. What makes him so valuable, I guess, to the current group and where you guys are at?
Well, his play mostly. The way his play just keeps improving. Since I don't know since when. I mean, he at first it was a little tough, but under this coaching staff, and I know he's dealt with an injury last year, but under this coaching staff, his play just keeps getting better and better. And it's no secret that we'd like to get in the playoffs this year, no doubt about it. Hopefully next year we can take a run at it. And we see him as a guy that you get in the playoffs, he becomes very, very valuable. I know he's never played there, but the type of hockey that he plays, the physicality, the size that he brings, and now on top of it, the way he plays with his stick, the way he skates the puck out of trouble, he's chipping in offensively. He's a guy that when you're on the ice against him, you're on your heels a little bit. You got to be aware where he's at all times. So it's just his play. His play has been just keeps improving, getting better and better. We feel if we traded him out of our top six, or you could say top four, it would leave a huge hole. And that's why we never considered anything serious, and teams were just not willing to pay what we felt the return is on him for us.
I guess following up on that with Ristolainen, you guys have a number of young defensemen down in the minors that are closing in on NHL readiness. How do you go about getting them chances at the NHL level if there are no spots available at the NHL level for them to play?
Well, when they're ready, we'll make room for them. An example of that is now Emile Andre's on his way up. Will rejoin the team. And Emile is earning it the hard way. And he'll probably be here for a little while now. I would expect him to be here till the end of the year. But you have to earn it. You have to play well to get that recall, and we will make the hard decision to make room when guys are ready.
All right, there's Danny Briere. You just heard the Flyers GM giving you some insight on why the Flyers decided to make the deals. Really tough decisions, he said, with moving Scott Lawton. All right, Nick's Nuggets are on the way. We'll hear what Nick Earnshaw has today for another edition of the Nuggets. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 4:34, ran a little late with Briere. He's actually still speaking over there, so we got to get to the Nuggets, though, today. Got to see what Nicky Nuggets has for another edition. Happy Hour Friday Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe, watch the show. I can officially say here, Earnshaw, as you come on, there are more people watching the show than in the history of the – I mean, I don't know if it was Danny Briere as the lead-in for you, but you have the most people watching on the stream of all time.
Ever. I love to see it. And, it's great. I am I'm in my home studio that's being rebuilt at the moment. So that's a beautiful way. If you're watching on the X platform, on the YouTube, it's in the middle of a renovation at the moment. So we're working on it there. But we have a lot to get to. Lawton being traded, that's a huge story. The fact they finally got a first-round pick for him, sending him to Toronto, that was fascinating. And then we got a couple other things to get into. But first, Mike, I have to address a top 10 list that was put out regarding Philadelphia just yesterday. Okay? Fox Sports put out the top 10 biggest athletes in Philadelphia. Okay. That was the list that was put out by Fox. Yeah, right now. So I'm going to name them all for you. They're the most notable athletes, okay? Saquon Barkley, number 1. Jalen Hurts, number 2. Bryce Harper, number 3. Joel Embiid, number 4. A.J. Brown, number 5. Maxey, 6. Devontae Smith, 7. 8. Jalen Carter. 9. Paul George. And 10. Trey Turner. So you only have 2 Phillies on there, 3 Sixers. The rest are Philadelphia Eagles.
No particular order. Bryce, Barkley, Hurts, Embiid, A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Who was it? Devontae Smith?
Tyrese Maxey. Yep. Jalen Carter, Paul George, and Trey Turner. Now, I have a problem with this list as the most notable athletes in Philadelphia sports. I think Cooper DeJean should be on that list. He is on cloud 9 right now of Philadelphia fans. I think he's one of the most notable because of that interception and the way he performed in the Super Bowl. I think you got to add him in there. And then where's Michkov? Michkov's a pretty big deal at this point. I think you got to add him in there as well. And then Jordan Mailata also has a national appeal. Australia, I think they missed out on a few names. Paul George, I can understand. I'd maybe even throw in Kyle Schwarber in this mix. Mike, what's
okay? Okay, so who you taking off?
I think you got to take off Jalen Carter. I think he's got to come off the list.
I mean, he's the best player on your defense.
He is, but is he the most notable, the most well-known, the biggest athlete? That's what you have to talk about.
I don't know. What was the criteria for this?
There isn't one. There's just the daily ranker. Who is the most notable? They put out a top 10 list, and I have a problem with it. I think Cooper DeJean is more notable than Jalen Carter right now, especially this second.
He's not more impactful to their defense than Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is the best player on the defense. He's the most impactful player on the defense. I would say Michkov, probably, but who you taking off? I mean, you could say Trey Turner probably doesn't deserve to be on this list ahead of somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
Paul George legitimately has done nothing here. Now, I get it if you're saying for a Lifetime Achievement Award, fine. But for his impact for Philadelphia right now, he doesn't belong on that list. Now, Maxey and Embiid, different situations. They have performed here. They have done stuff here. Paul George, nothing.
Yeah, but the criteria is most notable. So who is the most notable? Who has that bigger name recognition? I think DeJean should be on there. Jordan Mailata, I think, has to be in the mix as well. Guy's been on The Masked Singer. He's very well known in these parts, and he's well known in Australia too. So I think he should be on that list as well.
You can't include everybody. As I said, fine, you want to put Mailata on, but you got to take somebody off the list.
I think Jalen Carter has to come off the list. I think he's right outside the top 10. I don't think he's in the top 10 as being one of the bigger athletes, most notable athletes in Philadelphia. Is one of the best players on there, no doubt about it. But is he the most notable? I don't know. I'd say DeJean right now, Mailata have more than Jalen Carter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what notable means. What do we mean by he's the most notable? I guess you're saying because Jalen Carter isn't like very talkative. He's not like, what does that mean? Because he's the best player on the defense.
He is. I think that might be the only reason he made this list, and I think it's wrong. I think it's totally wrong. If you're going most notable, biggest athletes, biggest personalities, who's the most well-known, I don't know if Jalen Carter should be on that list. I think he maybe falls outside the top 10, top 15 maybe, but I think there's other names he could throw in there. Kyle Schwarber, I think, is another name that could get some consideration here. Michkov, I mean, he's supposed to be the Flyers' savior, right? I think he should get consideration. There wasn't one Flyer on there, so you got to find a way to get all the big four teams in there. He left out a Flyer. Michkov should at least get some consideration as a representative from the four-team hockey team.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Michkov trying to find his way. Paul George, I don't have a problem booting him. He would be the guy. Trey Turner, I would also say he has a shot. I agree with you. I think Schwarber probably ahead of Trey Turner. If you're asking me who's been more impactful, notable, Schwarber has had a bigger impact than Turner has.
Yeah,
How
and if
about
you're going,
Zach Wheeler's not on this list.
Yeah, Wheeler's not on it either. So I think there's a lot of problems with this list. They had Saquon number 1. Now, I don't know. I mean, I know he's been here a year, but is he number 1? Should Hurts be ahead of him? Jalen Hurts is number 2 on this list.
Well, I mean, I think Barkley with the 2,000 yards, he wasn't here last year, adding him to the team. He's almost like the Phillies adding Pete Rose, right? You had all those teams that kept coming up short, then you add Pete Rose, and then he puts you over the top. Barkley's the guy who put you over the top when you kept coming up short, a couple of years ago. So I don't have a problem with Barkley being number 1. Why? He had a historic season, over 2,000 yards. That is a historic season. Now, Jalen Hurts wins MVP of the Super Bowl. That gets him at number 2. You said Bryce Harper, I think, is number 3. Okay, Joel Embiid this year. If it's just for this year, obviously no dice, but big picture for his career, don't have a problem with him. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I mean, you can make an argument if you want that Devontae Smith, yes, he's awesome. But, I mean, his numbers aren't like these great wide receivers. I mean, he's good, but they're not like 1,500 yards good.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they have so many weapons. You might have to take Devontae Smith off the list as most notable. And I'll tell you what, as much as we, rip Paul George, I think Paul George is pretty notable. And he's a well-known name. Has he had the great career here? Has he been here long enough? That you can make an argument for. But I don't hate the Paul George towards the end of the list. Just because he's been a big name in the NBA for so long, he's got a little cachet behind.
He does, no question. Like I said, if this is like a lifetime achievement award, Paul George is on the list. But if you're saying in Philadelphia right now, he ain't on the list. He's not even top 15. He's done nothing here.
We got to find out the exact criteria for this because it drove me nuts. It was driving a lot of people nuts. And you're right, Zach Wheeler not being on it, I thought that was pretty crazy as well.
I'm trying to think, is there somebody else egregious that did not make the list? Wheeler, not on there. Michkov, not egregious, but if you want to throw a flyer on the list, generally in the national scene, especially if this is a Fox list. Fox doesn't have the hockey as one of their products, so I'm sure whoever came up with this list, hockey's not top of mind, right?
Yeah, no, they totally left hockey out. I feel bad. It's trade deadline day. They leave off any flyer, any mention of a flyer, not even a Konechny on there, a Michkov, somebody should have been on there to represent at least all 4 teams, but I guess not. I mean, they put on Trey Turner, they put Paul George, Devontae, and that bottom tier, that bottom 5, I think we can make some changes there.
Well, I guess you would have to look at some of the other teams and go to the hockey towns and see if they included the hockey players on their list.
All right, Monday, I'm going to make my own criteria. My top 10 most notable Philadelphia athletes. I'm going to respond with my own top 10 on Monday for the Nuggets. That'll be Nugget. We'll try and fit it in, maybe 2 or 3 in case anything crazy happens over the weekend. Maybe we'll leave with it. Who knows? All right, let's move along. Another notable player in the NFL just got released as free agency is right upon us. Joey Bosa. And now there's been some rumors at link Joey Bosa maybe to the Philadelphia Eagles. And we know they're going to need a little bit of help on the defensive line as they're probably preparing to lose Josh Sweat, Milton Williams on the interior. But Joey Bosa, he had an interesting interaction with Eagles fans just 2 years ago, Mike. So is that an automatic disqualifier to even be interested in Joey Bosa from that 49er championship game where the Eagles won a couple of years ago where he had an interaction with the fans and a little bit of a screaming match with
That wouldn't deter me if they wanted to sign him. I think, though, that there are other options out there that I like better than Bosa. Now, he is a free agent now, which is different from like a Trey Hendrickson or a Myles Garrett. But I think Bosa's just been hurt so much. I have a problem bringing him in because of the injury issues. That would scare me off on him. Too many injuries for Bosa. His best years were early in his career when he didn't have the injury problems.
Yeah, and
but I wouldn't be deterred by the whole thing with the fans.
Yeah, because he had that video went viral. It was like right before the game. He was cheering on his brother with the 49ers, and they was chirping back and forth the Eagles fans. So there was that just a couple of years ago. But I don't know. You lose Josh Sweat. I mean, would he suffice? Now, would he suffice more than Hassan Reddick? Because we talked about Reddick yesterday, bringing him back. Would you rather have Bosa or Reddick?
That's a good question. I'd probably take a shot on Bosa. I'm over Reddick. The whole Reddick thing, I loved him when they signed him. I thought it was a great deal when they signed him. Then he had a great year. And then his second year here, he wasn't as good. And then what he did last year, I think he really depreciated himself. So I'd be out on Reddick. I'd take a shot on Bosa. But, look, I think that I'd be intrigued to see what Trey Hendrickson. I was reading something earlier today that they're looking for a second or third round pick. I mean, if that was a legitimate possibility, I'd get involved on that phone call.
Yeah, that could be something where you make a trade. Now, Reddick and Bosa, those guys are free agents. Maybe you can get them on a cheaper deal. Why not both? Why not inquire about him and then also maybe look into the Reddick or Bosa sweepstakes in free agency? So maybe you can get a little creative here. You made some room in the cap. I mean, you can never have too many defensive linemen. We know the Eagles love to have guys in the trenches. They love to have depth there, keep guys fresh. I mean, this could be a way if they have enough cap room and really want to spend some money on some bigger names, they could do that too.
Well, listen, I know free agent comes and everybody wants to throw a million names, go after this guy, try to get that guy, got to trade for this guy, got to sign this guy. The Eagles are not going to be big players in free agency.
No.
They just don't have a lot of things that they have to, that are out there for them that they really need. Their pieces right now are depth pieces. So I can't envision them signing that first day. I don't think on that first day of free agency that they're doing anything. My thing is, I think if they make a big move, it's a swing for a trade, not in free agency. People text it in, all week long. They got to go after this guy. They got to go after that guy. I mean, if they're going to spend money on an offensive lineman to bring Becton back, they're not going to let Becton walk to sign someone for big money. They would just keep Becton. They had Tyler Steen. He'll be the guy there. So they're not signing an offensive lineman. They may bring in a defensive tackle, but I don't think it's going to be a high-paid guy. They've got Jordan Davis. They've got Jalen Carter. They're looking for a third rotational player, not a guy they're going to have to spend a lot of money on. Same thing with the edge rusher spot. I think they're looking for a good player. That's where I think they make the big swing. If they do something, it would be for a Trey Hendrickson, a Myles Garrett, something to that extent. But I don't think they're spending money on, and even at corner. I think they feel comfortable enough with Isaiah Rodgers. So they're not going to go spend money on an Asante Samuel or some of these other free agents that are good players. But I think they feel comfortable enough with Rodgers. Keep in mind, they don't have a lot of money to spend. They don't have a lot of cap space because they've already paid everybody. No. So they can't go out and give big money to Asante Samuel or big money to the free agent that you like the best. They're going to be in that bit player role. Okay, can I get a player to come here on a prove-it deal? 1 year, $10 million, prove that you're still, that's where a Joey Bosa comes in. If he doesn't have a big asking price or if there's not a lot of teams coming after him, that's where Philadelphia can say, hey, we'll give you a 1 year prove-it deal. Guys like him, guy like Chase Young, guys who had first-round talent, injury problems, that's where the Eagles, I think, will be making their mark in free agency.
Yeah, and we've seen the Eagles plenty of times wait out free agency, sign guys to those prove-it deals, getting closer to training camp, right? And then all of a sudden they make a big splash during the season. We've seen that from Howie Roseman and the Eagles front office before. Some of those guys who were considered leftovers at free agency, who was market they thought would be more, didn't end up happening. They still hadn't signed with the team. They signed closer to training camp. We've seen the Eagles make plenty of those moves, and it's worked out for them in the past as well. So I could see that happening. You bring up Becton as well. The Becton thing's interesting. If he doesn't re-sign, it's Steen's job. And you heard Caplan earlier on Football at 4. He's saying it's Steen and competition. They're going to slide him right in there if they do lose Becton to free agency. And, at corner, they have a lot of young talent there. And they have Isaiah Rodgers. They like Rodgers, Slay. Who knows with all the drama, the Twitter fingers we talked about yesterday. So a lot going on in free agency. It's going to be a fun. All right, before I get out of here, nugget number 3. I was reading an interesting article by Sixers Adam in Philly Voice today. And if the Sixers do end up eventually getting that top 6 pick, would you think about trading the pick, Mike Gill, before we get out of
here? Yeah, think about it. What am I going to get in return? I mean, yes.
Let's say Kevin Durant out there. You have a Paul George who's matching a con. I'm just saying. I'm going to throw it there before the weekend.
I'm over the adding 3 old guys. This isn't working. It hasn't worked anywhere. The Suns tried it. It didn't work for them. The Sixers, they've got 3 guys. 2 of them are kind of at the 30-year-old. Like, putting 3 older guys together, there's a lot of examples. I'm just, I'm short on time here to start, but it just isn't the way that I think works anymore.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Mike. The
Kevin Durant's, I love Durant. He used to be my favorite player to watch, and when he did the whole Golden State thing, I kind of soured on him. But that doesn't mean he's not a great player. But
right.
Look what they did in Brooklyn. They tried to do the 3 guys there. That didn't work. Now Durant goes to Phoenix. This doesn't work there. I mean, heck, I don't know how that team can't make the playoffs with Durant, Booker, and Bradley Beal. But Bradley Beal's not the same player that he was. Durant hurt. Booker banged up. Can't try. Now, Booker's a young guy, and I like Booker a lot. But listen, it's not working. For whatever reason, it's time to some of these older guys, even LeBron. Yeah, I mean, look, that team right now is playing really, really well, but he needed a player to be better than him. He got Luka, and now LeBron's the second guy.
Yep. Yeah, and then he's getting in Stephen A. Smith's face courtside after.
That was really weak sauce.
That was bad.
I am no Stephen A. Smith fan. I mean, I don't hate. I mean, whatever. I just not my bag, not my stick. That was real weak sauce by LeBron, man.
Not great. Not a great look. All right, Mike. 3-pack of nuggets. I'll see you all weekend with the Schweiner. I'll be with him all weekend.
Good stuff. All right, you get Nick all weekend there for the locker room here on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, Flyers hockey all weekend long here on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers on Saturday, they'll be in action, taking on the Seattle Kraken. And on Sunday, they'll take on the New Jersey Devils. And you can hear both games on your home for Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN. Flyers with a couple trades today. Get the details on our website, 973ESPN.com. If you have our free mobile app, you got the Flyers alert with the trade update. So download it now in the Apple Store, Google Play. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Get involved, watch the show, be a part of it. We got another hour to go. It is Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein joins me next. All right, coming up, final hour of the show. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, watch the show, be a part of the show each and every day. Here's your drive home. Rye or Sigh, Ryan Rothstein jumps on board. The final hour. Happy Hour Friday. Here we go. I got a couple Happy Hour Friday picks for the people out there. We'll give them coming up in just a little bit. But let's get another edition of Rye or Sigh. Busy day. Flyers deadline. You heard from Danny Briere earlier today. Phillies continuing spring training. We got the Eagles, who will start free agency on Monday. All that coming up right now on Rye or Sigh. What do we got, man? What are you, the sun? What are you trying to get a little? What are you trying to get
a little base tan going here, man. No, we got a lot going on. Who's Danny Briere? Sam Hinkie Jr.? What's happening with the Fly guys, dude?
We had a nice spirited Flyer-Sixer debate earlier in the show.
Really? What was I
mean, the concept of the Flyers haven't made the playoffs this will be the 5th straight year.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And they have really nothing to show for it. Like, there's no player that you're all that, other than Michkov, that you're all that excited about, that they've been bad. They haven't made the playoffs in 4 years. There's nothing exciting about the team other than Michkov.
Right. Yeah. And there's no one that you really say you have to hold on to. Like, there's no one that fans are talking about outside of Michkov, but people aren't really even talking about him unless you're a Flyers diehard, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's, listen, I think, it's been a weird year for him. Like, some nights he doesn't play, other nights he's a healthy scratch, whatever. But overall, I think people acknowledge that he is a legitimate player that they haven't had. The problem is they haven't made the playoffs in 5 years. You would think the 4 years they weren't any good, you would have accumulated some players from those years that you also have on your roster. The problem is you haven't accumulated any players from the bad years.
Yeah, is Tortorella like Brett Brown? Like, at what point do you say?
No, that's the difference. Tortorella is not Brett Brown. Tortorella is like Nick Nurse.
Hey, he's a legitimate coach. I know that. I'm just saying, like, at what point do you say, all right, Torts, we need more? Or is that not fair, right? Like, how do they view Torts, and how much more of this can he take?
I think they view him very favorably as the guy who, when they have the right pieces, he's the coach to get him over the top. But you're also asking him to be the coach to nurture this team through it and then take them over the top. So it's a weird dynamic. But I do think that Briere puts him in a good spot. I think he's got, they have 7 picks in the first 2 rounds next year. They've really got a war. They're like the Oklahoma City Thunder all of a sudden.
Oh, good. I hope they are like the Oklahoma City Thunder, because that would mean they end up doing something right. So, yeah, Flyers taking up a lot of the headlines today. So, all right, we'll transition from the Fly guys to the Birds. And, a lot of talk I've seen lately especially today, about Slay. And I'll just pose it as a question. Do you want Slay to return? Or do you say, you know what, we got enough out of him? Right move by Howie. We have the young pieces in the secondary already. We'll look to add in the secondary through the draft, maybe through free agency. What do you think about Slay?
You know what? I wouldn't be like, oh, why are you bringing him back? But I think I'm at the point where I'm ready to kind of say, all right, he's 34. I don't want to be the team that brings him back and he doesn't have anything left in the tank, which I don't think is going to happen. He was pretty good last year, but Rodgers is here. Probably can get him for a cheaper number. That's the big deal, is how much am I paying Slay to come back here and play? If they could get him to accept like a 1-year kind of $6 to $8 million deal, okay, I'll bring you back at that number. But I don't know that he wants to do that. But also this drama that the last, 2 days here with him and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and A.J. Brown, is that going to be revisited? Or I don't know. I mean, is it one of those things where at some point you just have to move on?
Yeah, See, the only thing is that with Slay, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was on record saying he only wants to play in Detroit or Philly.
That is what he said, yes. But, if Detroit says, we don't have the money or we don't want to bring you back, and Philadelphia says the same thing, and then someone says, hey, we'll bring you here 1 year, $15 million, and then the Eagles say, well, you can come back here if you want to sign for 1 year, $6 million. Does he want to go and play for Philly for 6 or go to a place that he really doesn't want to play for 12 or 10, you know?
Yeah. See, now to me, it seemed like he'd rather play in Philly. Now, if that's the case, and if you can get him on a $6 million deal for a year, I say why not? But you're also just sort of kicking the can down the road with that type of a deal with Slay as well. Now you're getting it in a favorable number. I understand that. You might as well bring him back. He was the team captain, but it also feels like it's time to move forward. You have the young pieces. You have Coop. You have Quignon. I know they're different positions, but it seems like it's just time. It's time to turn the page a little bit with Slay.
Yeah, I said this before with certain guys, like, hey, when they brought back Brandon Graham, you're like, okay, that's enough. Like, that whole thing. And then Brandon Graham worked out for them. Like, is Slay just that special level of player? Maybe I'm not talking about player. I'm just talking about to have around, that he can play even at a high level at an advanced age. Maybe he is, because Graham, yes, he didn't play every snap. He wasn't the same player, but he was still productive when he played, and he was valuable keeping him around.
Now, I'm going to say something a little bit controversial, and this is based off of no information, but I know he's viewed as a team captain, Slay, but I also feel like he's not the most valuable guy on that defense, right? Like, if we're trying to figure out, okay, who is that leader on that defensive side of the ball, has it been Slay? Like, I don't think it has been. I think it's been Brandon Graham up front. But I think we'd be okay without his, quote, leadership. I think his personality sometimes can be a little bit more of a negative than a positive. And maybe that's unfair of me to say.
Yeah, I mean, I like, he was a leader of that team in that secondary, and that was one of the things that sparked this whole drama yesterday, was they're like, hey, if you're not here, who's the leader? And he's like, well, Reed Blankenship. He's a great leader. And I don't know if Chauncey Gardner-Johnson took offense to that or how that sparked everything. But, when you lose Slay, he's 34 years old. You got Quignon Mitchell. You got Cooper DeJean. Those are 2 young corners. And then you have all those other guys, Ringo and Ricks, that are young players too. Do they need a player like Slay to kind of – and they had Bradbury here too last year. People forget that because he didn't play, but he was in that locker room at practice every day as well.
Yeah, I think you need a guy like Gardner-Johnson that has that attitude and is a little bit off his rocker to not be the leader, right? So I hope GJ doesn't take anything personal, because I think you need that type of guy. We saw what his absence did and didn't do for this Eagles defense and how important he was. So he can be a leader in his own way, but he's not the traditional leader that maybe Reed Blankenship can be. That's how I view it.
Yeah, and listen, I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, at the end of the year when he got thrown out of that Washington game, kind of grew up from that moment, and it's like, I found out how important I was. But still, he has a long way to show that he could be that guy over 17 games, not be so emotional.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can still have that edge to you, but let's not do the things that's going to get you thrown out and cause the team, unwanted eyeballs and controversy. I completely agree. It's something to keep an eye on. I think that's going to be an interesting storyline. Another one here. What is the priority for the Eagles next week? Is it Becton? I heard you talking a little bit about signing Becton. For me, and this is no disrespect to Becton, he is not my priority, right? If we're looking at, is it sign Becton? Is it get an offensive lineman in the draft? Is it get an edge rusher? Is it, free agency edge rusher? Like, what is the priority for this Eagles team next week when we come back on Monday? What do you think it should be?
What it should be and what it will be are kind of
let's do both.
I don't think they're going to be a player on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The first wave of free agency, I don't think the Eagles are going to be like they have been in past years, where they make the exciting move that we're all talking about here on Rye or Sigh on Monday, like when they got Saquon Barkley. I don't think they're that team this year. I think they are the second and third wave free agency. And if they make a big move, and I have said I think they're going to make a big move, it will be via a trade. I think that's where they make their big move, whether it's Myles Garrett, whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whether they get involved on one of these veteran players, that another team is trying to trade because they can't afford them. I don't think it's signing a free agent. There's just not a free agent fit for a need that they have, unless you're saying like if they sign Khalil Mack in the first wave of free agency. I've seen that come up a lot. Yeah. He's 34 years old. He'd be kind of like a part-time rotational pass rushing player. Would that be considered a big move? I mean, he was a big player. He was a great player at one point.
It doesn't move the needle for me. It doesn't. it doesn't make sense. Like, that's not the splash. That's not the move that the Eagles need right now. It's another piece. It adds to your depth, and we know how important that depth is up front. I'm not going to completely diminish that potential, but it just doesn't make sense. It seems to me that Howie has been building to set something big up. To your point, like possibly a big type of trade, whether it be a Myles Garrett, but that seems like the direction that Howie is looking to go. I don't know. Maybe I'm off on that, but
listen, we talked about this at Football at 4 with like they're involved in free agency. Look, if Becton, let's say Becton walks, okay,
yeah,
they'll plug Tyler Steen into there. They're already paying him, so they don't have to spend money to replenish that spot. If Williams goes, okay, now they might spend money at that position, but I don't think they're going to bring in. They're not going to bring in someone that they're going to have to pay more than they would pay Jalen Carter.
Right.
So I think you're looking at a rotational player there. If Josh Sweat goes, I don't know that there's an edge rusher that is really significant enough. Now, Joey Bosa is now a free agent. He wasn't a day ago, but now he is. But I don't think they're going to spend money on a Joey Bosa if they think they can make a trade for Myles Garrett.
Now, is there
so
any
that's why?
Yeah. I was
That's
going
why
to say,
on the
is there any
first day of
chance
free
that Sweat
agency
comes back?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah. So Sweat's gone.
Your three big free agents, I don't think you're spending any big-time money on the first 3 days of free agencies to replace them.
You're talking about for Becton, Sweat,
and Milton Williams.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. I wonder what Bosa's, looking for at this point.
Hard to tell, man. I mean, he's been hurt so much, and now he's a free agent. He can sign with anybody. You wonder he gets released. Is he looking to? Does he have to do the prove it deal? 1 year, $12 million. Come in here, show that you're healthy. He's missed 23 games in the last 3 years. That's a lot of games, man. I don't know that I trust him.
Would you do that if Bosa says, you know what, I'll come in here for 1 year, $8 million? Let's just get a little crazy.
Oh, if you told me 1 year, $8 million, yeah, I think I got to take that shot. If it's 1 year, $20 million, that's a different story.
Yeah, no, $20 million, no way. But if it's a favorable team contract, and that could be the case, to your point, he's a guy that's missed a lot of time. He's a guy that, has some other issues that you have questions about him. So I think, I don't know. If you're Howie Roseman, do you say I'm willing to take a risk at this point, or is a risk like that just not make any type of sense?
I think, what is Khalil Mack going to ask for? I mean, he's the kind of guy, 1 year, probably $8 million. Say, okay, he can come in. He's a little older, but he's still, 6.5 sacks last year. He's only missed one game in the last 3 seasons. Now he's older. Might be more, but I can't trust Joey Bosa, so I'm not paying him big money with the possibility he can get hurt if I can pay this guy less money and get similar production.
And what do the Eagles need, right? Like, let's say Sweat walks, and all signs point to that, right? Like, the Eagles are not in a position where they can say, like, all right, let's just get a guy who's aging, who's not going to give us a ton of production, who's a rotational piece, right? The Eagles need a little bit more than that. It would make sense to either take a big swing with Myles Garrett or look to build in the draft and get a young guy who's up and coming that can be on your team and be a legitimate contributor, right? For me.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing. Like, if Joey Bosa was to come here, right, is he coming here to be the play every day or a rotational player? I think on this team, you need a guy if Sweat walks to play, to be the full-time guy. You have to replace Sweat and all the snaps. That's the big problem is if he's gone, that's the one area where I think you do have to try to find either a free agent or a trade to replace him. If Milton Williams goes, you want to get another guy, but you do have some pieces here. Maro Ajomo can play some of those snaps. They have some other guys that they could theoretically replace in-house.
Yeah. It's going to be wild, man. I'm curious to see what Howie's able to do because as we really talked about all week, they don't have a ton of needs. They're in a favorable position right now if you're the Eagles, but let's not completely gloss over the fact that these moves that we're discussing are important, and Howie still has a lot of work to do.
One of the things, if let's say Kenny Gainwell leaves, okay, now I have to look possibly for another running back. That would be something that now goes on the list. This whole thing with Dallas Goedert, we talked about it during Football at 4 a couple weeks ago. We brought it up. Don't be surprised if the Eagles, make him one of those veteran players that they, say, hey, if you can find a trade or something, because they're not going to give him another contract, I wouldn't think, not with everything that's going on. So tight end becomes something that you start to look for. Evan Ingram just got released by Jacksonville, released the whole roster. The other spot would be you brought Bond back, but you probably have to try to approach Oren Burks and see if he'll come back too.
Yeah, see, the Goddard's interesting. We talked about the tight end position in the for the drafts. To your point, does Howie say, all right, you can go seek out a trade or go seek something elsewhere? And what do they do at the tight end position? I think even if Goddard stays, as we talked about, I think it was yesterday and the day before, tight end is a priority for this team.
All those positions that we just mentioned, backup running back, tight end, offensive line, if Becton, you need some depth there, because if Steen goes into that spot, now you need someone that can play swing guard, swing tackles, because Fred Johnson's also a free agent. So they're going to have to try to find some more offensive line depth. But keep in mind, they can draft more offensive line depth. Tight end you can address in the draft. A running back you can try to get in the 5th round, and you have Will Shipley here. So the draft, the areas that they have some needs is areas that they don't mind drafting.
How about this? And I've thought about this a little bit. Is there a chance that Howie takes a quarterback in the draft? I think yes. Like, now's the time to do it. We look at depth. God forbid Jalen Hurts goes down for 10 to 12 weeks this year. Are we good with Kenny Pickett? Right? Like, I think now's the time.
Yeah, well, listen, I know what they think of quarterback, but right now you got Pickett that you traded for. You traded to get Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. What'd they give up, though?
I thought they gave up let's see here.
Yeah, I don't think it was that much. I could be mistaken.
It wasn't like they gave up a first. But my point is, if you went out of your way to trade for him, this was a guy who was a first-round pick. And to get him, you gave up a 2024 4th-round pick.
Okay.
No, excuse me. The Pickett was traded to Philadelphia with a 4th-round pick in exchange for a 3rd-round pick and 2 7th-round picks. So the 3rd-round pick was last year, and now 2 7ths in this draft. So you gave them a 3rd-round pick to get Kenny Pickett. That's real legit, like, draft capital here.
Yeah.
So I can't, and they have Tanner McKee. So why would they then draft another quarterback?
Well, I would imagine it would be under the assumption of, as we discussed the other day, you trade Tanner McKee, his stock's high. Now you get maybe you get that 3rd-round pick back, a 4th-round pick back, right?
That's a different story, right? If you traded Tanner McKee, I got people texting me, because Kenny Pickett, you ready for this one?
I can't wait.
He took a snap in the Super Bowl, therefore his value is now higher.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, he took a snap and handed the ball off, and he took a knee. Yeah. I was like, you can't be serious that because he actually got on the field, fielded the snap, his value is now higher? Like,
I think his value is the same as mine from the Super Bowl. We did the same amount of work. I don't know, man.
I was never a big Kenny Pickett fan. I mean, he was okay when he came here, but obviously they lost that game where he had to come in against Washington. I don't think Pickett has any
value. He was all right in
value
that game, though. He wasn't bad.
Like, I don't think a team's calling you, though, and saying, I'll give you Kenny Pickett, or I want Kenny Pickett, here's a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick. No. Like, for me, if someone wants Kenny Pickett, here, I'll give you a 6th or 7th because you like Tanner McKee to be your backup.
Right. I think Kenny Pickett's a guy you hang on to, and then if a team ends up getting injured at that position in the season, you're like, okay, we're willing to part ways with Kenny Pickett because we have a young guy there as well, or, you have that depth at the quarterback position. But,
I think we're past the point for Kenny Pickett where someone views him as a starter.
I would agree. I think he's now looked at as a career average backup on his best
you
day.
were a first round, like Mitchell Trubisky. You were a first round pick. You got a couple chances. You showed you weren't a starter in this league, but you still have some. We'll sign you, but it's like we'll give you a 7th round pick if you want to be a backup here. Tanner McKee. Who knows what his value is? He played one game. He played well in that game. So maybe that's enough for someone to say, we are so starved for a quarterback, we'll give you a 3rd or 4th for that guy. And then maybe the Eagles listed. But other than that, I don't think the Eagles are in play for a quarterback unless they trade one of the guys that's on their current roster.
Yeah, agree. And, as we both said in the past, like, I like McKee a lot, dude, as does everyone. Extremely small sample size. But if you're able to keep him another year and maybe you get a little bit more on tape, or maybe he really impresses in the preseason, right? Like, all that stuff matters as far as trade value and stock.
Well, listen, the Philadelphia fan always falls in love with the backup quarterback, especially the one who plays in one game, right? I mean, it's like, this is the guy.
Yes.
He played one game. I was at that game, by the way. He played well in the first half. I thought he did not play as well in the second half. I thought, they kind of figured him out a little bit. They ran the same play 45 times in that game, that little flare out to the tight end there. But, he played well enough that maybe somebody said, hey, I saw enough from that guy that we would take a shot on him. But,
Yeah, we'll bring him on as a backup instead of a third stringer. But, just a fun conversation. I think we've seen Howie take a quarterback when he, quote, didn't need to take a quarterback before, i.e. the guy that just won the Super Bowl for us. So it is something to think about. Don't be shocked if that happens. I think that's the point of the conversation.
Yeah, and listen, I think one of the things that Philadelphia does well is they have done this over the years. They've had the A.J. Feelys. They've little sample size, trade them off.
Yeah.
Guys like that. There's a couple other guys that are in that, like the A.J. Feely, Kevin Cobb, where they play just enough to flash, and then they traded them off.
Yeah, they know when to sell their guys high and get the most return for them. So, going to be interesting. All right, Rye or Sigh, I know we only have a couple minutes before our first quick timeout, but I did want to transition to some Phillies talk and some Phillies frustration. Because for me, you look at this Phillies team and you look at how their shortcomings over the years. 22, the huge collapse against the JV Arizona Diamondbacks, where you're up 3-2, you blow that 3-2 lead, back-to-back games at the bank. It doesn't seem like the fan base is out on the Phillies by any stretch of the imagination. They're not at the 76ers level going into this season in the NBA, right? But I don't think we're that far off, right? Like, you look at Bryce Harper, fan favorite. You look at a lot of guys on this team, fan favorites. How much pressure do you think is on this team, especially Bryce Harper, right? Like, what is his legacy if he fails to deliver a championship right now for the city?
Ton. I mean, listen, this is for this group, the Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, Real Muto, Wheeler, Nola, this is it. I mean, this is the last time you're going to see this group together. If they don't win a World Series, they're done. I mean, you got contracts that are up. You got people that they won't bring back if they don't win a World Series. And by the way, even if they do win a World Series, they're going to have to make some tough decisions then. Because if you win the World Series, you have to make the decision. Do we want to sign Real Muto again? Do we want to sign Schwarber? Now, I think they will sign Schwarber again.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is it. I said, I think they have 4 months. They have 4 months to the trade deadline. And I think if Dombrowski says this team looks a lot like last year's team, I got to do something.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you also think about the future. And, I'm a Bohm guy, right? Like, you've heard all these rumors about Alec Bohm. Like, all right, this is a young guy, and it depends a lot on this year. And to your point, it depends a lot on how he starts this season. I agree, amongst a lot of other guys on this Phillies team. But you start thinking about the future. You want to trade another young guy. Like, what do we have in a couple years? Our farm system is weak. We have a lot of aging guys that have failed to deliver, right? Like, the future, you can start getting a little bit scared real quick about the future of this Phillies organization.
Yes, and look, they have the kid Miller, who's a shortstop. Do they look at him as a shortstop? They got Trey Turner signed for $300 million. They have Carl Crawford's kid, Justin Crawford. He's an outfielder. This team needs an outfielder. When will he be ready to go? They are their best two positional prospects. And then, of course, there's Andrew Painter. You're hoping to see him. And Rob Thompson said it the other day. He'll be up this year, and when he's up, we'll have a six-man rotation. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
All right, that's segment one in the books. We got another one coming up for you here on Rye or Sigh on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Good number one. Text messages are open, 609-403-0973. Get in for segment number two as we have a happy hour Friday for you here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 532, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN Happy Hour Friday, everybody. Got a couple picks for you for the weekend. I'll do that coming up on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I got this text message earlier today based on our conversation we were having about the Flyers. Josh and I were going back and forth. He says, hey, Mike, Chris from MC, and I totally agree with you. If the Flyers aren't, quote, trying to lose, then what's the point of a rebuild? If you were trying to rebuild, just be bad and draft high. It's simple. Staying in the middle doesn't do anything for you but continuously give you mediocre play. Now, I will say now is a jumping off point for them. The problem is they've been bad for 5 years now and have really nothing to show for it, but they do have 7 picks in the first 2 rounds. But you are now banking on having to hit on 2 or 3 or 4 of those picks. The premise is simple. If you're bad, you get better draft picks, but you have to hit on the picks. Just being bad doesn't necessarily mean you automatically are going to hit in the draft. So the Flyers now put a lot of eggs in this one basket that, hey, we have 7 draft choices, but you're going to have to hit on a bunch of those guys. And the difference is if you're bad multiple years, those guys are staggering their years. So one guy's got a little bit more experience, the next guy's got a little bit less experience, but more, you know what I'm saying? So now you're just going to have a bunch of young guys all coming in at the same time. Now, hopefully they all kind of work out for you, and I hope it all works out. But I think that guy, Chris, is right. The Flyers have been not bad enough, even though they haven't made the playoffs in any of these years.
You know, I agree with that text message as well. And sports purgatory is a scary place to be. But I will say this. This has become a little bit overblown and obsessive with fans as far as you either want one extreme or the other. And
you can't enjoy a season anymore unless you're a true contender to win, because if you're not a true contender to win, as a fan, you want them to lose, and that sucks as a fan anymore.
Yeah, I hate that, and I'm not the traditional guy. Like, I like thinking outside the box. I always defended the process, right? Like, I'm not saying I'm completely against that, but be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. You want a bad team? If you want it, all of a sudden these franchises intentionally decide to suck, you may never get out of that. Like, you need the right person to decide to do that. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, how many teams have gone the route of, hey, we're going to lose on purpose, and then have just never gotten out of it? I mean, you might not have won a championship, but for the most part, a lot of these teams that got bad either won a championship or have been pretty good or significantly better than they were when they started.
I guess. I don't know how many teams off the top that I can name that.
Well, I can tell you, like in basketball, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, but they didn't necessarily do what the Sixers did. And they had the right guy. Listen, Sam Presti is arguably the best executive in one of the best executives in all of sports, certainly the NBA. Right. So my point is, you need the right guy leading that charge. It's not just like, screw it. Let's just stink. Like, you have to have a plan in place.
Well, you had all these people that thought, like, anybody can just lose on purpose. No, it takes a little bit of a skill to do all this stuff. You got to get rid of the guys. You've got to manage the cap. You've got to, hit on the picks, all that stuff. But, like, Oklahoma City, they got bad for a couple of years, and they've hit on the draft picks. So they got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and that just kind of springboarded there. Then they hit like bang, bang, bang. They just kept hitting on pick after pick after pick. They did it by making trades and getting back picks in return. You have even in baseball, the people forget the Astros were a 100-loss team like 3 years in a row.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, all this talent started to come through their system. And then they became the World Series Astros based on the talent that they got because they were so bad. The Cubs were a really bad team, and it led them to the only World Series that they've ever won. Well, in our lifetime.
Yeah, and that's and that makes me think about the Phillies. It's like, wait a second, have we gone about this the right way? And I know it sounds crazy because I love this Phillies team right now. I love it. One of my favorite teams to watch in my lifetime in Philly. But has Dombrowski gone about it the right way? I don't know. We're not going to know that answer until, 2-3 years down the road from now. Hopefully they have a championship. If they never get a championship, it's fair to say Dombrowski went about it the wrong way because nothing has been built from within on this Phillies team. Nothing.
One of the problems with the Phillies during the Caplan era was they were too competitive.
They were too competitive? Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, they missed the playoffs, but they weren't awful. So they got stuck in a spot where they never really landed that prospect. Now, they got Aiden Miller, they got Andrew Painter, they got Crawford. But in that 10-year span where they were really bad, they really don't have much to show for it. Bohm was the third pick in the draft. They got Bohm with the third pick. And other than that, I mean, nothing's really Stott.
Yeah. No, I know, but that's the thing. It's like, back to the point that started this segment in this conversation, it's always one extreme or another. The patience wore thin in Philly, and we threw out everything and decided to bring in Dombrowski just to write blank checks. Has it worked? Has it been a success? I guess, right?
Well, when you end up getting Bryce Harper, that changes the dynamics of your mindset. You now have to be aggressive and go for it. You can't afford to throw seasons away when you spend the money you do on a Bryce Harper.
But then look at what happened with Washington the first year they didn't have Harper. They win the World Series. So there's not always like a right or wrong way to go about this, especially in baseball.
Baseball's hard because it's in basketball and football.
Fine.
You can prosper from the draft immediately. Baseball, you're not drafting a guy and he's not coming into the majors the same year and excelling. He's got to go through A ball or rookie ball, then A ball, then double A. Then, it could be 4 years before that guy helps you out sometimes.
And why is that? Will that ever change? I don't know. I think some of these guys are ready to play.
It's very rare because you're drafting high school kids. You're drafting a kid fresh out of high school. He's 18 years old, and you're projecting based on his size and his velocity that 4 years down the road he's going to grow. Some of these kids in high school, they don't have the command of their pitches yet. They have a lot of growing to do, so they're just not, quite ready yet. Now, when you draft a college player, those guys sometimes you might see, and it's rare, remember, the draft for baseball is in July. If you draft a guy in July, there's a possibility he could play for you in September. Sometimes you do see that. It's very, very rare.
Yeah.
But that could happen where you draft a guy in July and then he plays for you in September. But that's kind of rare. But you college players, they might wait a year or so before they get ready. But even that's kind of rare for them to play one minor league year before they get to the big leagues. Because that jump is – you see guys at AAA, they rip it up, and then they get to the big leagues, and it's like, I can't hit. That's a big difference.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Do you think that, real quick, I'm just curious, do you think the approach on pitching will ever swing back? Meaning, pitching is not really pitching anymore. Like you said, it's all about velocity. It's not about control or command or, you don't see any Greg Maddoxes anymore. You don't see any Jamie Moyers anymore. Do you think that will ever switch back? The pendulum will ever swing back, so to speak?
Man, I wish, but
I think it can. Why not?
Well, it's not going to be for a while. I mean, the whole game, you're going to have to really the old school baseball guys have kind of been pushed out, and this new wave of velocity, velo, all that stuff is now in. Well, those guys are really young. So someone's either going to have to push them out, change the philosophy, or what. These guys are in their young 30s with this idea that velo is all. And so how are you getting that out of the game?
I think all it takes is one. All it takes is one pitcher that doesn't throw 99 but has success, and the team takes a flyer on him. And but
yeah, that's hard though. I mean, for instance, Ranger Suarez is a guy who doesn't throw hard. He's a pitcher. He paints the corners, but no one's changing their philosophy because of Ranger Suarez.
They should. Ranger's my guy, and that brings me into this question.
But that's my point. Is it's hard to teach someone to be Ranger Suarez.
No, I think you either have that or you don't.
No parents coming to you and say, "Hey, here's a bunch of money. Teach my kid how to be Ranger Suarez." They're saying, "Here's money. Teach my kid how to throw hard." Even if he stinks, even if he stinks, as he throws hard, at least he'll get a look.
I don't know though, man. Because like velo, I know it can be, you can train to throw harder, but only to a certain degree. Like I think you can educate yourself on how to be a good pitcher. You're either born with the ability to throw 100 or you're not. I mean, that's fair to say.
Yes and no. I think there are things that people can teach to get. No, I can teach you to throw harder, and people probably can teach more to throw harder. Yes, there are ways that you can increase velocity. Some of it's not very safe, and that's why many of these kids end up with arm injuries because they're just saying, do this, and then you're not caring that the kid's going to have Tommy John surgery at 18 years old. But there are more ways, like a lot of kids don't get taught at an early age. Like the velocity really comes from your legs. Like if you use your legs more, you shouldn't have arm problems. But so many kids want to throw with their arms. They just try to throw as hard as they can with their arm, and they end up hurting their arm. But if they really knew how to pitch and use their legs, that's where you generate more velocity. But, that's not making a lot of money. I
know. It's, I don't know. I think it's interesting, sort of like football. Like, will the pendulum swing back to, from spread offenses to the old school way of doing things?
Well, I'll tell you this, okay? The pitching thing, as much as I would love to see it, I just don't think we're there. I think velo is everything right now. I don't know that that's going to change anytime soon. But we did see the launch angle and all that stuff was all the rage for a while, and so many people got so messed up from it that you kind of don't hear. Now, some people, the launch angle is still a thing, but I don't know that people are
prioritizing it.
Teaching that nearly as much as it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you don't hear it as much as you did like in 2018, 2019, right? Like that's all you heard, I feel like, is like the launch angle and the approach at the plate. And that talk has dwindled, to your point.
Well, listen, it's not that it's a wrong approach. You just can't teach everybody the same approach. Like not everybody's Mike Trout. Mike Trout can hit like that. He's great. I can't have Joey and Margate learn how to hit with a launch angle swing because guess what?
No offense,
whether you
Joey.
like it or not, Joey and Margate is not going to be Mike Trout. So to try to teach him to swing like Mike Trout is kind of asinine.
Yeah. Whoever's named Joey and Margate right now is not happy with you.
I've never had a player named Joey from Margate, not to my knowledge anyway.
Yeah. All right. Sticking with the baseball, the baseball talk for a second. Who do you think's the second best pitcher on the Phillies? Is it Ranger? Is it?
No, it's Christopher Sanchez.
Wow.
I think this year it will be Christopher Sanchez. It's been Aaron Nola, but I think this year it will be Christopher Sanchez.
What makes you say that?
Because Christopher Sanchez this is kind of odd, he's added velocity, but he's also, his problem was in the past. What made him so good last year was he learned how to command. He had all sorts of problems coming up is couldn't throw strikes. He was walking guys all over the place. Last year, one of the reasons why Sanchez emerged was because he learned command. He learned how to command his pitches, and now he's coupling command with velocity. And I think his off-speed stuff right now, I mean, we're looking at him in March. He looks excellent, his off-speed stuff. His changeup is already one of the best pitches in baseball, and I think it's only getting better. So him or Luzardo, I think, will end up being, but I'll go Christopher Sanchez as the number 2.
Wow. Okay. Nola pumped out of that number 2 spot.
Who started game 2 in the playoffs last year?
Yeah. No, it's fair. I still love Ranger. I'm rooting for Ranger to have sort of a comeback year. But
hey, listen, he's a free agent at the end of the year, so the Phillies are going to have to make a decision on him. I wouldn't be shocked if he was the guy they traded.
Wow. Yeah, I hope that's not the case. Also, with Sanchez, he looks bigger, to your point. On TV, he looks like he put on like 10, 15 pounds of muscle almost. Doesn't he?
No doubt. Yep. Oh, I agree. No, he looks bigger. And I think that he is poised because I don't know how it's not easy to try to teach someone command. There's a lot of mechanical twitches and stuff that you really like muscle memory have to work with someone to try to work on command. And this kid was all over the place. I mean, you go back and look at his whip numbers early in his career, not good. It's crazy how much better he is.
Yeah, no, he does seem to have really turned a corner. His changeup's unbelievable. To your point, we brought up earlier the frustrations and the pressure on the Bryce Harper. How about back to Dombrowski, right? Like we talk about Morey, we talk about all the front office executives in this city. How about Dombrowski? If this team doesn't get it done, what's his future look like? Should there be a hot seat under him right now?
Yeah, I wonder, he's getting older. Does he like walk away and say, hey, it's time for me to walk away and move on? Is he the right guy? I mean, yeah, I think, look, that's why I say 4 months, because I think after 4 months, he's going to say, none of these guys have, like, Stott hasn't gotten better, Bohm hasn't gotten better, the lineup's not different, the lineup keeps swinging it bad. If that's the case at the trade deadline, I think he takes his last swing at trying to do something.
And Topper's always a guy, listen, the coach in this city is always talked about, but I'm a big fan of Rob Thompson, but I think there's a chance he could maybe go too. I don't want him to.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Thompson because I think his demeanor is the right demeanor for this team. But his demeanor being so laid back, it might be why this team this year, like if you say, hey, they need something, they need to inject something, that might be where you need to change that. But his laid back demeanor, I think, is one of the reasons why this team is as good as they are.
And you go back to last year too, they came out scorching hot, this Phillies team. Now, do you think their approach is different this season? Or like, let's try and go on cruise control a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Well, all things to kind of think about. If they get off to another, I think they're pitching so good that they're going to be a team that's going to rack up a lot of wins. But what will that mean if their offense lets them down again? All right, that's a Friday edition of Rye or Sigh here on the Sports Bash. Have a good weekend, man.
You too, man. Thank you.
All right, we'll close out the show coming up next. Time for the Bet365 play of the day as we get ready to wrap up tonight's show. Josh, how did we do?
Mike, after an 0 day, you went for an undefeated day last night. Michigan State covered against Iowa, and Atlanta and the Pacers hit the over, so you are now 122, 83, and 1.
I like it. I like the Nuggets minus 6.5 against the Suns, and I like the over. I like the under tonight. The under, Purdue, Illinois. That's the game you can hear right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, got it?
Illinois needs to win this game tonight.
Illinois needs to win the game tonight? Yeah.
They need to win this game to help them in the conference tournament.
Yep, Big Ten, all the conference games, they all start. By the way, real quick before we get out of here, speaking of the conference tournaments, next week we'll have tickets for the MAC basketball championship game, which is next Saturday. I'll be giving tickets away all week long on the Sports Bash. Listen for your chance to score MAC basketball championship. And I stress, people listening, we need to fill the building. Next year is the last year that the MAC is signed to come to Atlantic City. If you like having the tournament in town, go to the tournament. Awesome experience. It's a great family adventure. It's a great family weekend. It's a great family fun. Boardwalk Hall is one of the best places to watch basketball, and these games are great. You talk about high-level intensity. These kids are all playing for a chance to go to the NCAA tournament, and it's right in our backyard. Go to the games. Take a time out of your night or weekend and go to a game. You will thank me for it. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. The Crawler. It's an American IPA at Sopo Brewing. It is a really tasty one. They made it last Friday. Actually, they debuted it on Saturday for the St. Patty's crawl that they did, the Summer's Patty Crawl. The Crawler, it was called. Solid IPA at Sopo Brewing. Of course, if you're at Sopo, you can always check out Flake News. They also have another double IPA called Healthy Paranoia. It's an 8%er, though. Make sure you have a DD if you're going with the Healthy Paranoia. And they are my Happy Hour Friday picks. Flake News, Healthy Paranoia, and check out The Crawler from Sopo Brewing Company in Summers Point. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Game night's up next. I'll talk to you on Monday right here on the Sports Bash. Have a great weekend, everybody.